Good morning and welcome, worthy friends, to the hangar at Oaks Park, where today we're here for Hometown Throwdown, the awesome tournament here. First game is between In the Black arch rival from St. Louis and, of course, Axels of Annihilation from right here in Portland. We're going to go down the rosters real quick. Like I said, In the Black, 1057 Shira Prowers, 15 Bolt Action, 1853 Vicious Van Gogh, 1900 is Cloak and Drag Her, 32 is She Kill O'Neill, 48 Bricktator, 567 Splatter, 6080 Dad Bod, 618 Cruella, 68 Swanson, 6718 Lux Furious, 810 is Kay Woodward, 89 is Hart, 904 Aaron Go Brawl, 911 Pork Chop Slamwich. And that's the arch rival All-Stars. And I'll get to AOA after this first jam. We're getting started here this morning. Much excited to get started here. So it looks like we'll have Swanson and Lil Regulator as our first jammers this morning. And Regulator around the outside was a nice job there by Habanero Romero, seal off the side. Great job by Arch to recover the penalty. 8-10, that's Kay Woodward headed to the penalty box for Arch. Meanwhile, both defenses doing a great job locking down here at top of turn one. And with that, Swanson makes it through to take lead jammer now for arch rival in this first jam of the morning. It's like a forearm been called on 1057 Shira Powers. So Arch one skater down in the penalty box once again. Nice drive out there by Lily Pate from AOA. And Little Regulator now through on the initial pass. And there's your call off. So that's our one jam, first jam. And I see 4 points. So 4 points to Arch rival. All right, real quickly in the white. Rose City, Axels of Annihilation. Number 128 is Carl. 22, Habanero Romero. 241, Lily Pate. 316, Evangelical. 343 is Trinity. We'll get back to it. This time it looks like we have Evangelical for the Axels of Annihilation. And Vicious Van Gogh will be our jammer now for Arch. Some really awesome defense, both teams here. Big Bang Fury and company over there holding back Vicious Van Gogh. And Arch doing a great job here. Dad Bod and Bolt Action as well. Holding Evangelical right here at the pivot line. And looks like Vicious Van Gogh now through as your lead jammer for Arch. Oh, and a big try there. Brute with a nice knockout. Looks like Gaffney and company there, maybe Swagatha on the defense for AOA, and a nice run back here on Evangelical. There's the call off. And spring roll now at Bricktator are our jammers. Looks like spring roll working the outside end. Takes lead jammer now for the Axels of Annihilation. Wow, spring roll quickly through, taking points now for AOA. And Bricktator now through as well on the initial pass for Arch. Spring roll engaging the pack. Oh, and Bricktator with a nice move, making it through the pack, scoring the points for Arch rival. And there's the call off. And 7 on that jam for spring roll, bringing the score now, Axels of Annihilation 7 and Arch rival 10. With 3 jams under our belt here. To welcome everyone from around the world watching on the internet. Be kind of a different call for you folks at home, because I'm talking to the house as well. And looks like Swanson for Arch rival and Trinity are our jammers here. Penalty box is clear, our Laughing Planet penalty box. And just like that, Swanson is your lead jammer now for Arch rival. Trinity now through as well, just about a half a track behind. And Swanson working there, a nice block out by Habanero Romero and a call off. Okay, let's get back to that roster now for the Axels of Annihilation. Number 360 is Big Bang Fury, 37 Swagatha, 39 Gaffney, 426 is Ripley, 48 is Brute, 651 Gray's Lobotomy, 700 Spring Roll, 79 is Little Regulator, 88 Darth Molly, and 925 is Dez. And our Laughing penalty box empty once again. Full strength teams here. Darth Molly and Hart are our jammers. Hart working now against the. Oh, and Hart. No pass, no penalty on that. Oh, Hart is not our lead jammer. They did make it through. Darth Molly still has the opportunity. And there it is. Darth Molly now your lead jammer. And Hart making it through. Darth Molly being slowed down on the backstretch there, 1900. Cloak and Dragger Draggy. All right, some fast and furious action here this afternoon. Getting it started. Okay, Axels of Annihilation with 1 skater in the penalty box. We have a little bit of a deficit in the pack. It's like Little Regulator and Pork Chop. Little Regulator quickly through, taking lead jammer, but Pork Chop Slamwich also out and fast on the end. Oh, and a big hit there, Big Bang Fury. Little Regulator with nowhere to go though, and a nice recycle there. 1057 is She-Ra Powers. Working magic over there on Little Regulator. Brute trying to run some offense here for Little Regulator, but no luck. Arch rival defense really doing a good job of recycling. And the knockout there. And big long recycle there on Little Regulator. Meanwhile, Pork Chop Sandwich with nowhere to go either. Ripley, Brute, and Big Bang Fury really holding the line here on the top of turn 4. And Little Regulator now through for And Brute headed to the penalty box. I did not see that call. And slammed through now. And there's the time run out. I would like to thank a couple of our sponsors. Our jam line is being brought to you by the Jam on Hawthorne. Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. That's the Jam on Hawthorne. It's like two skaters in the penalty box now for AOA. Quick work of it made by Swanson and the arch rival. Evangelical on the track. Swanson working hard. Now one to beat and through quickly. Penalty box emptying out a little bit. And Swanson through once again, scoring more points for arch rival. And our penalty box now empty, so teams are at full strength here. Oh, and a forearm penalty then called. Dez, I believe, over there. And Helical makes it around the outside. Another penalty headed to the boxes, Brute. So once again, this next jam will start with two Axels of Annihilation skaters in the penalty box. We'd like to thank a couple more of our sponsors here. Rebel Heart Therapy, individual and relational therapy for Portland's black sheep and unicorns. That's Rebel Heart Therapy. It looks like we have Spring Roll and Vicious Van Gogo as our jammers here. And looks like a forearm called on Vicious Van Gogo, so we'll have a power jam. Oh, and also an extra penalty looks like is called. We'll have to get clarification on it. Meanwhile, Spring Roll now through as lead jammer. The pack is trying to speed up. A lot of action here going on. It's like couple skaters coming and going. Wow, Spring Roll, nice move on the outside. Passing the pack. And Spring Roll run out there by 6:18. That's Cruella. And Brute trying to run some offense now for Spring Roll. Dad Bot in the mix over there, nice knockout. Big run back here by arch rival. Arch rival doing a nice job of recycling here. It's like the jammer, Vicious Van Gogo, back out of the penalty box and engaging the pack here. Back straightaway action. And Vicious Van Gogo now through on the initial pass. And a cut track called on Spring Roll. So the last few seconds of this jam here will be a power jam for Vicious Van Gogo. And there's the time run out. So this will be a power start then for arch rival as Spring Roll will be in the penalty box to start this next jam, as well as a blocker. So we have a depleted pack here. Whoa, some nice moves there by Bricktator, taking the lead jammer position. Oh, and Bricktator nicely through the pack there. Nice block. That might be Bricktator. I can't see the number of that Rose player. Great job, though, slowing down Bricktator. But now through again. Oh, and an apex jump there. Killer burger apex jump by Bricktator. And spring roll now back out of the penalty box and through the pack. Oh, some nice defense run there. That was Gray's lobotomy on the back straight there with a great defense. And we'd like to thank Zoom Care. It's the health care you need when, where, and how you need it. ZoomCare.com. Swanson and Trinity are our jammers here this time out. Nowhere to go on the back straight. And with that said, Swanson is your lead jammer. And Trinity working against that tripod of St. Louis players. Looks like Shira Powers, Dad Bod and company doing a great job of defense there once again. And Trinity comes trying to break through for some, oh, that was Gaffney, sorry. And another big run back here, Dad Bod on Trinity. And another one from Brute. Brute and Carl and company there holding back Swanson. Oh, it's a grind out there, folks. Trinity trying to push forward here, one to beat now. But that one to beat is Shira Powers, doing a great job of one-on-one defense. Finally having to let Trinity go. And there's the jam. Ooh, that was a lot of work. And so after 10 jams now, our score AOA 24 and arch rival 51. Just under 13 minutes to go here. Not running. We have an official timeout. And like all of our timeouts, they're being brought to you by Rose City's Realtor. That's Welcome to PDX. Hey, Derby fans, don't forget, to help us make our sponsors happy, snap, post, and tag hashtag RCR sponsor. You could be VIP tickets winners for one of our upcoming games. All right, back at it. Looks like we have Darth Molly for AOA and High Roller, I believe. Oh, I'm not sure of that. Yep, 89 is High Roller for Arch, and they are lead jammer. Oh, that's 89 Hart being called for a penalty. So we have a power jam now. I didn't see the call there. A power jam now for Darth Molly, though. Arch rival doing a great job of stymieing this penalty here. Got to pick it up. And Darth Molly with the leap there. Okay, now Darth Molly. Oh, and a nice apex hop there from Hart out of the penalty box, but not quite. Oh, and a big hit. Another nice recycle from Arch rival. And there's our jam running out of time. All right, looks like this time up we have little regulator for the Axels and pork chop sandwich. Once again for Arch rival. Really nowhere to go. Both of these jammers, both of these defenses are just really rock solid tonight. Well, I guess it's this afternoon, sorry. It's like number 15, Bolt Action, headed to the penalty box there for Arch rival. Meanwhile, little regulator, nowhere to go here, Dadbot and company. Oh, and a quick find inside, nice work. 37 there, Swagatha coming in to blast through and help little regulator make it through. And Chop now through as well. And there's little regulator all through and a quick call off. And a late call, a penalty call there. It was on an Axel skater, I believe. So we have one of each in the penalty box, the Laughing Planet penalty box. Nobody's laughing about it. And it looks like it'll be Evangelical for the Axels of Annihilation and Swanson this time for Arch rival as our jammers. Oh, a nice, really nice work out of the penalty box there. Bolt Action with a great block to spring their jammer through. Swanson now lead jammer. Meanwhile, Evangelical working against the 4-pack up front here. And Swanson finding the inside line once again. Really nice work. Bolt Action out there really tearing it up. Some great defense here. Kay Woodward and company. Evangelical nowhere to go. Meanwhile, Swanson through once again. Only 3 this time. Through. Oh, and Swanson finding the inside, but chipped out there at the last minute. Gray's lobotomy with a nice run out there. And Swanson making it through once again. And a star pass now. He's got to be Gray's lobotomy. As your jammer of note now for Axels, and they quickly through. No points though. We call it. Looks like we have another timeout. This timeout, as always, brought to you by Rose City Rollers Realtor. Welcome to PDX. And we'd also like to thank our exclusive protection gear sponsor for Rose City Rollers. That's 187 killer pads, often imitated, never duplicated. Stick with the best. And Derby fans, don't forget to head down to the Plow Stop Bar and get yourself some Two-Town cider, maybe a Liquid Death or a Rogue Ale in spirit. Check it out at the Plow Stop. Oh, and Derby fans, I've just been told that if you neglected to pay for parking, you might want to do that at halftime. Apparently there's some tickets being issued, so if you didn't pay for parking, you need to go do that. All right, welcome back for Jam 14 here. Spring Roll and Vicious Van Gogh will be our jammers here. Looks like both teams are at full strength. And a forearm called on Big Bang Fury right in front of the crowd here, headed to the penalty box for Axels. And Spring Roll, meanwhile, through the pack, takes lead jammer now for Axels of Annihilation. Meanwhile, Gaffney and Brute working their wonder on Vicious Van Gogh, but now through on their initial pass. And Spring Roll back in the pack once again up against Dad Bod there. And Spring Roll making it through. Oh, and Vicious Van Gogh hitting the pack hard. And Vicious Van Gogh now through scoring some points. Oh, Spring Roll with a nice hop there, not quite. And the call off. Nice Killer Burger Apex hop there. We would like to thank WSL Leadership Coaching, helping you be more awesome in your work, sport, and life. That's WSL Leadership Coaching. All right, back for Jam 15 here. Looks like Trinity, I believe, for the Axels of Annihilation. And Bricktator quickly through on the inside, getting lead jammer for arch rival. Number 22, Habanero Romero, headed to the penalty box. And Bricktator going for the apex jump. Killer Burger apex jump. Oh, it's going to happen again. Bricktator just a hop on the inside this time. It looks like Ripley there waiting this time for Axels of Annihilation. And Trinity now through on the initial pass for Axels. And there's your call off from Brick Taylor. Making nonprofit and small business workplaces better. Check out our friends at Sasquatch HR. That's sasquatchr.org. And Swanson and Darth Molly once again as our jammers here. Swanson through on the outside, takes lead jammer. And looks like bolt action headed to the penalty box for Arch. Darth Molly being run back there by 1900. Draggy. And Shira Powers seems to be everywhere here this morning. And a nice long recycle here on Swanson by Axels of Annihilation. And a nice little chip out at the end there. Big Bang Fury recovering. Oh, and a high block from Big Bang Fury headed out. Swanson engaging the pack once again. All right. Okay, and there's an official review called by Arch Rival. And like always, our timeouts and official reviews and whatever have you, brought to you by Rose City's Realtor. Welcome to PDX. Hey, Derby fans, just want to remind you, you too can become a Rose City volunteer. Help make bouts and skate-mobile events awesome. Go to rosecityrollers.com/volunteer. You can join us at the hangar. It's awesome.
The black team was looking for the high block to be upgraded to a expulsion. Upon review, that will not happen. The review is lost.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Official. I'd like to thank all of our officials today. It's going to be a long day, long weekend for them. We appreciate their coming out and helping keep our skaters safe and making the games fun and fair. And once again, it looks like Hart for Arch and a little regulator now for the Axels. And Hart making it through on the inside, takes lead jammer. Looks like Lily Pate headed to the penalty box for the Axels for a forearm penalty. And an Arch skater headed to the penalty box as well, 5, 6, 7. Splatter. Some defense being played up front there. Nowhere to go for a little regulator or Hart. And Hart finds a seam and makes it through. Little regulator now, one to beat. But they've recycled now, once again. Little regulator does make it through now on the initial pass. All right, so that makes it halftime. Don't forget, fans, if you did not pay for parking, go pay for parking. It's required. You got to get it done. They're going to get a big old ticket if you didn't do it. So go do that. Hit up our merch booth, snacks out back, adult beverages, regular beverages, whatever. Check it out. We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Fight back your worry, I'll show you the way.
Okay, Derby fans, welcome back. Hope everybody got what they needed done at halftime, went and paid for parking. Hopefully. Get back started here. Your halftime score was Axels 38 and arch rival 99. Looks like our Laughing Planet penalty box is empty here to start second half. And once again, we have Swanson for arch rival and Little Regulator for Axels of Annihilation. And Swanson through on the inside. Not sure how they got through there. I saw a low hole. And Little Regulator now working the outside and makes it. And there's your call off. Little Regulator coming in hot. Hey, we'd like to thank Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and proud sponsor of Road City since pretty much forever. That's Black Cat Plumbing. And Spring Roll and Vicious Van Gogh will be our jammers on this one. Penalty box still clear. And Vicious Van Gogh with a nice move to the inside takes lead jammer now for arch rival. And Spring Roll being recycled. Spring Roll now working against the whole lineup of arch rival, all four blockers. Meanwhile, Big Bang Fury was the last hope there. Vicious Van Gogh making it through. And Spring Roll now finds the seam on the outside and gets through. And there's your call off. Vicious Van Gogh from the deck. All right, it looks like Trinity and Bricktator once again as our jammers for this third jam of the second half of our opening game here at Hometown Throwdown. Some great roller derby action already here in this first game, and a lot to come in this weekend. Oh, the bench was getting excited there for arch rival. Dadbot headed to the penalty box. Oh, Bricktator being run out of bounds over there. Habanero Romero and company. Dex. Oh. Some really nice defense over there. Dez, once again with a nice run out. Ripley Also in the mix, Lily Pate. Oh, but Bricktator finds a hole on the outside of the backstretch and is through, scoring the points. And Bricktator hitting the pack, and Ripley with a nice recycle. Meanwhile, Trinity with nowhere to go here, this arch rival defense. Once again anchored by Dad Bob. And Cruella also in there on the offense. And Trinity now through on the initial pass. Bricktator working hard on the inside, and there's the call. And Swanson and Trinity once again as our jammers here, getting high rotation. Big scrum right here in front of the crowd. One arch skater in the Laughing Planet penalty box. No laughing matter over there. But they do have great food, just saying. And penalty box now empty. It's like Swanson being recycled there. Brute headed to the penalty box. And Swanson quickly through on the inside after that penalty swap. It's like Darth Molly with nowhere to go. That arch rival defense once again. 567 over there, the splatter. And Swanson around the outside. It's a big old derby pile up in the back there. Back straight, right in front of the benches. And Darth Molly almost through with the last second run out there by Dad Bod. And Swanson making it through on the outside. And there's the time run out. Hey, Derby fans, I'd like to remind you we're having a raffle today. $1,000 value for this raffle. Bout Quad Star setup worth $400 in that basket. Set of 10 homemade cards, 187 killer pads, 888 Moxie skate helmet. Well, there's all kinds of stuff. I'll tell you more later. Back to Derby. Little regulator once again, and Hart for arch rival. Hart working the inside. And Hart makes it through, right through the middle of the pack there to take lead jammer for the arch rival. And a little regulator now with some help from Lily Pate. Blasted open a huge hole on the top of turn 3 there, 2. Oh, and Hart with the falling down call off. That was awesome. All right, back to this raffle basket. There's a house plant, Wordle board game, Wheels of Justice t-shirt, 5-stride ACAB cat tank top large size, Next Adventure gift card, cat puzzle. There's 8 sugar-free Red Bulls in there. That's worth it. Go buy some tickets. And spring roll once again for AOA and spring roll, lead jammer. Pork chop sandwich also through now, about a quarter track behind. It's like spring roll, engaging the pack. And there's the call off from spring roll. All right, just a few more things about that raffle basket. Wheels of Justice block print, Barbie stickers, Wheels of Justice sticker set, Rosebuds gear spray, Bath and Body Works hand sanitizer. $1,000. Get your raffle tickets. We'll be pulling the winning ticket this evening at the marquee game. So get your raffle tickets. All right, penalty box clear once again. Trinity for the Axels and Swanson for arch rival, our jammers. The big recycle there on Trinity from Axels. Bolt action with them, nice work. Shira Powers for arch rival, just seems to be everywhere. The power of Gray Skull. And Swanson makes it through to take lead jammer. Wow, this defense here for arch rival Cruella, Bolt, and Shira seems to be impenetrable. Both teams trying to play some offense with no luck. And the star pass now, Habanero Romero will be our jammer, but stepping out of bounds when that happened. And Shira Powers headed to the penalty box there for arch rival on the back straight. Habanero Romero once again. And a cut track called. Entered the track too soon there. Ripley headed to the penalty box. We'll have a power jam now for Swanson for the last 22 seconds here. Oh, and Swanson steps out of bounds. Nice work. Oh. Looks like a call off there. They're going to ice those players in the penalty box. We will have a power start and a pack deficit for Axels on this next jam. 187 killer pads worn by the most pros in the world. If you skate, you know why. Get them 187 killer pads. And we have another timeout. So that timeout, as always, brought to you by Rose City's Realtor. Welcome to PDX. Check out our friends. If you're thinking about moving to Portland, you know you are, if you don't already live here. Check out our friends. Deb Counts Tabor at Welcome to PDX at welcometopdx.com. All right, here we go. Power start now for Vicious Van Gogh. Both teams with two players in the penalty box to start this jam. Vicious Van Gogh now working against Little Regulator, who's our pivot on this one. And Brute, one to beat now, Brute. Oh, and a penalty called on Brute, so Vicious Van Gogh is through as your lead jammer. Penalty box emptying out a little bit. So Habanero Romero back out of the penalty box and engaging the pack. Shira Powers in the back here. Oh, vicious Van Gogh with the outside. Bolt action headed to the penalty box once again for Arch. And it looks like we have a star pass. Now a little regulator will be our jammer now for Axels. And there's the call off. We'd like to thank a couple more of our sponsors this afternoon. Portland Vital Signs, Reverend's Barbecue, Porque No Taqueria, and Two Rivers Mortgage. Thank you guys for being sponsors. Arch rival with one in the box, and quickly Darth Molly takes lead jammer. And Bricktator now through as well. Just about a half a track behind. Darth Molly engaging the pack, one to beat. Oh, Darth Molly low and under. There's the call off. So it looks like we'll have Swanson and Spring Roll as our jammers once again, as one skater for Arch in the penalty box. A little bit of a pack advantage here for Axels of Annihilation. Spring Roll working the inside. And Spring Roll makes it through on the inside, taking lead jammer now for Axels. Meanwhile, Swanson with nowhere to go, Big Bang Fury, Brute and company. Might be Trinity over there, 39. Gaffney also in the mix. Swanson now through. There's the call off from Spring Roll. Hey, we'd like to thank 888, the certified sweat saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best. That's the certified sweat saver from 888. And once again, Hart and Little Regulator are jammers here. Hart blasting through on the inside, taking lead jammer. Little Regulator now working the outside, but pushed out of bounds there. Splatter. Splatter doing a great job of one-on-one on Little Regulator here. There it is. And we have a star pass. Gray's Lobotomy will now be our jammer of note. And there's the quick call off from Hart. Just under 13 minutes to go here in our first game of Hometown Throwdown. Hope everybody's going to stay around for the rest of the games this afternoon. A lot more great derby action coming up. And pork chop sandwich for arch rival at Trinity. And chop. Making it through for lead jammer now. Got a forearm called there on Brute, headed to the penalty box for AOA. And chop through and scoring points now. And chop through once again. And Trinity now through on the initial pass. Putting the star back on. And there's your call off. Hey, we'd like to remind Derby fans, our friends, Dallas Derby Devils are hosting the Clover Cup, March of 2024 in North Richland Hills, Texas. So if you're in the Texas area this spring, be sure to hit it up, the Clover Cup, Dallas Derby Devils. And this time we have Darth Molly once again for Axels and Swanson. Having a big day jamming for Swanson. One to beat here. Swanson, oh, and a nice run out there. And a penalty called. Gray's lobotomy on that penalty call. Swanson now working in the pack against Dez Habanero Romero and Lily Pate. One to beat now. Dez. Swanson making it through, scoring the points for arch rival. Darth Molly with the long recycle here, 904. Aaron Go Brawl with that nice recycle. And there's your star pass once again. That'll be Gray's lobotomy now for the Axels of Annihilation. There's the call off, Swanson. Hey, Derby fans, if you got a youngster who wants to spend winter break with Rose City at a junior roller derby camp, December 18th through the 22nd. Register now at rosecityrollers.com. All the stuff is there, rosecityrollers.com. And once again, Spring Roll and Vicious Van Gogh are our jammers here for the 14th jam of the second half. And Vincent Van Gogh quickly through. Takes lead jammers for arch rival. Meanwhile, Spring Roll working the line. Shira Powers headed to the penalty box for arch. Oh, and a high block called on Spring Roll. So we have a power jam now for Vincent Van Gogh. There's the call off. And quickly around the outside is Bricktator taking lead jammer for Rose City. Bricktator through on the inside, taking the points. Spring roll back out of the penalty box now and engaging the pack. She-Ra Powers with some nice defense. As well as Lux Furious there. Really nice defense by Arch. And Bricktator, nice move to stay in bounds, scoring the points. And it looks like She-Ra Powers headed to the penalty box again for a forearm. Spring roll now through on the initial pass. Hey, Derby fans, be sure to support Black Diaspora Roller Derby by making a donation. Get out your phones and scan the QR code that's on the screen now. It's up on the scoreboard. Scan that next time it comes up. And Little Regulator quickly through on the outside, takes lead jammer for Axels. And Hart, meanwhile, now through on the inside, just about a lap behind. Little Regulator making it through. And they're going to run it. Hart now engaging the pack. Some nice defense there. Dad bod with a big recycle here on Little Regulator. We got a big recycle a train going on. Meanwhile, Hart now through and scoring points for Arch. Hey, if you're inspired to start playing roller derby, register for Rose City Rollers Adult Intro to Derby Series at rosecityrollers.com/join. Come on out and get your roller derby on. And once again, Pork Chop Sandwich and Trinity will be our jammers here. Penalty box is empty. Nobody laughing over there in the penalty box. Well, nowhere to go here. Both teams with lockdown defenses, as has been the thing all game. Jammers are in the sad place. It's like 5, 6, 7 splatter headed to the penalty box for Arch. Wow. Some really punishing defense here. 7-1-8. Lux Furious headed to the penalty box too, as well. So it's like Gray's lobotomy trying to spring Trinity loose, but no luck. She-Ra Powers and Kay Woodward. Really some awesome defense here. And Trinity now makes it through on the inside. Trinity is designated lead jammer, and then recycled. Oh, that was a punishing jam there. Both teams with punishing defense. All right, Arch with one skater in the penalty box to start this jam. And it looks like Swanson and Darth Molly will be our jammers once again. Swanson working the outside, Darth Molly the in. Swanson on the outside now makes it through. Habanero Romero called on a penalty on that. Swanson is our lead jammer. Darth Molly still working against the pack here in the front of the stands. And Swanson through on the inside with a little apex hop. And Darth Molly now one to beat. Looks like Arch is recovered. And Swanson scoring points. And a star pass now. Habanero Romero will be our jammer for Axels. And Habanero Romero making it through. And the call off, no points scored. All right, that brings us to the unofficial end of this first game here of Hometown Throwdown. We'll wait for the official score here. Great game, awesome defense by both squads, really. All right, there's the whistle. So I believe that'll be our score. Axels of Annihilation 55 and arch rival 202. There it is, the final score. Once again, arch rival 202 and Axels 55. Be sure to stay with us. Join us for the next game. It'll be Angel City matching up with VRDL. That ought to be a great game as well. So join us here in just a few minutes for that one. We'll see you back here in a little bit. Thank you for joining.
Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of 3, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. Sun's gone west, time for bed. Take my hand, don't look over the edge. Give me your troubles, I won't let you fall. I won't let you fall. Step by step, we gon' make it through the door. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of 3, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. If I do, you can do it too. takes is you and I. Love's equation, our design. Is it gravity, your heart and mine? All I know is the stars have aligned. I could count the ways you lit up my life, but I wouldn't try. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. Ask me anything you'd like. I could answer every why. Oh, you wake me up like the morning light. Even darkness can't dim your bright eyes. You're the rising sun, the kindest sign that will be alright. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night.
This matchup features Angel City from Los Angeles and Victorian Roller Derby League, all the way from Australia. I'm going to give you a quick heads up on the skaters this afternoon. Skating in the blue will be Victorian. Their skaters are 039 Jiggly Tough, 08 Pulp Friction, 119 Madden, 20 L'Orange, 21 is Vanessa Shredgrave, 23 is Gin and Jukes, 242 Snappa, 2627 Hells Yeah, 29 is Booga, 35 Beef, number 4000 is Anna Pavuova, 66 is Barry, 75 Great Dane, 83 Curly Burley, and number 9 Lethal.
And presenting in the white, Angel City, number 10, OMG WTF, 1031, Whiskey Von Sweets, 215, Bugogi, 26, Schadenfreude, 28, Death Down Under, 389 is Stiletto, 39, Cracker Jack, 42, Blackman, 422, Low Betancourt, 507, Rachel Rotten, 617, Gatto Fabulez, 664, Psycho, 76, Queen Lucia Tifa, number 87, Voltarine Deslaire, and number 94, Octane Jane.
All right, thanks, Buns. And we're off.
All right, we are go, go, go as number 4000, Anna Pavuova for Victorian Roller Derby League. Lead jammer, jam number 1, game number 2 of the hometown throwdown. Schadenfreude clears the pack. Now on a scoring pass as well as Anna Pavuova bumps to the inside, taps the hips, calls it off, but we will see 3 points up for Angel City and only 2 for VRDL. So Angel City with the early steal. Good Friday afternoon to you, depending on where you are. Scott Chicken bringing you this game, game number 2 of the tournament. In our first game, we had the Rose City Axels of Annihilation taking on Arch Rival. Arch Rival came out victorious. They will face the winner of this game tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock Pacific time. And for jam number 2, Gin and Jukes jamming for Victoria. Rachel Rotten with the star for Angel City. Rachel Rotten pushing towards the front. Cuts back, shouldered to the ground, back up. And finally through, that was number 66, Barry, with the late hip check, but first lead jammer for Angel City as Rachel Rotten cutting through. We also have a couple of penalties, 2 of the Victorian Roller Derby League skaters in the penalty box. Gin and Jukes has now pulled the star off as Rachel Rotten completed that first scoring pass, now in for a second. Oh, nice little behind the back handoff of the star. Lethal now your jammer of record for Victoria. as Rachel Rotten calls off the jam and takes a little shoulder check. That was number 35, Beef. Not potentially having beef, just shouldering Rachel to the ground. Rachel Rotten picks up 7 total. That takes Angel City to 10. Victoria still held scoreless for the jam, sitting at 2 points overall. And we will roll on for our next run. So we got Ghetto Fabulez lining up with the star for Angel City. Curly Burley jamming for Victoria. Oh, and a high block penalty called, sending Ghetto Fabulez to the penalty box. So that will be power jam now for Curly Burley. Curly Burley sliding towards the front, does break free. Lead jammer for Victoria, second lead they've had in the game. They're alternating so far, a whole 3 jams in. We can clearly go straight to a trend. Curly Burley, toe stop, tiptoes up the outside, picks up the 4 points. Now rolling back through as Ghetto Fabulez standing in the penalty box. Victoria with 1 blocker in the penalty box. That would be number 20, LaRange, serving the direction of play penalty. Ghetto Fabulez now out. 2 blockers at the back, holding, make that 3 at the back, holding on 3 at the front. Holding to Curly Burley. Angel has to send a couple back to Bridge as Psycho and OMG WTF holding on the bridge. Curly Burley now just on the blocking sled, shoving and shoving, trying to get through at the front. Finally gets things pushed enough to the forward as Death Down Under has to let him go. So 4 more up, now 8 total on the jam for Victoria. Curly Burley back in for a second. Ghetto Fabulez still, I believe, working on the initial pass, possibly the first scoring pass. As the time is ticking, 23 seconds to go in the jam. Curly Burley now with all 4 Angel City blockers and a couple of their own. Trying to bump things around. Curly Burley taps the hips, calls off the jam. Curly Burley adds 3 more. And that is our first lead change technically of the game, isn't it? 13 now for VRDL, 10 points for Angel as they were held scoreless in that last jam. Angel City rolling out Schadenfreude to jam in this next set up against number 4,000 Anna Payvuova as we are back to jam number 1 as far as the jammers go. Both teams full strength. There's no one on the block, and Anna Payvuova out quickly, grabs lead jammer. So Angel City, or Victoria rather, now with lead 3 of the 4 jams total. Star pass to Crackerjack from Angel City. Anna Payvuova calls off the jam. No points collected on either side. So we will sit 13 to 10. And as we set up for jam number 5, Gin and Jukes with the star for Victoria. And number 507, Rachel Rotten, back out to jam for Angel City. Rachel Rotten going up the outside. Gin and Jukes slides up the inside, grabs lead as Rachel Rotten bumped out and had to recycle back. Rotten now trying the inside, cutting across to the middle, but just held up by the tripod of Victoria. Gin and Jukes back engaged and does get clear on the inside edge. Just dancing up the line to pick up the 4 points. Rachel Rotten still trapped at the front. Was an attempted offense earlier, but nothing doing. Gin and Jukes back in as the team rolls through. Oh, and a cut track called on Rachel Rotten. Rotten thought they were free, but no. Outside pack ref catches it. And Gin and Jukes gets to the front, says, I've got all 4 points. Let's just call the jam off and give a nice long power start. So 507 will roll forward into jam number 6. And Victoria will roll out number 83, Curly Burley. as both teams running a 3-skater rotation at the on the jammer line. So Curly Burley with a power start, almost a full 30 seconds. Rachel Rotten still sitting in the penalty box. Curly Burley out, grabs lead jammer. Direction of play penalty called on Hells Yeah from Victoria. Hells sitting down, so that's a 1-skater advantage in the pack. As Curly Burley pushing to the outside, Rachel Rotten now released, rolling counter directionally back to get to the pack. Has an offensive lead coming from Blackman, but not able to get through as Victoria just letting the blocker through and then closing back up. Rachel Rotten again trying to the inside. Curly Burley held up well by Angel City. Finally finds room on the outside to roll through for the first 4 points of the jam. Victoria now sitting at 25. Angel City held to 10. Rachel Rotten bumped to the infield, rolling all the way back as Barry with the drawback to the opposing pivot line. Curly Burley does clear, 4 more, 8 total on the jam. Now Curly Burley coming in for a third pass as Rachel Rotten just held at the back. Angel City moving to try some sweeping to break things free. Low Betancourt trying to knock things down, not able to. Star has been passed, however, now. Rachel Rotten handing off to Crackerjack. And Crackerjack finds room, breaks through the pack. Curly Burley says that's all well and good, but I'm calling off the jam. Curly Burley picks up 1 more. So a total of 13 on the jam. Victoria now 34. Angel City 10 with 21 minutes, 15 seconds to go in the first half of game number 2 of the Hometown Throwdown. And back again to the top of the jammer rotation. Anna Pavuova jamming for Victoria. Schadenfreude with the star for Angel City. And Anna Pavuova quickly making good work of the pack, but Schadenfreude right there as well. Schadenfreude giving chase as the pack speeds up, trying to maintain about a half lap. Both teams full strength. Lethal from Victoria trying to bust out and capture Octane Jane as a goat at the back, not able to do so. And Angel City doing some good congratulations on, hey, we stayed ahead and we knocked everything out. Nice little race, 0-0 jam. We stay 34-10. Gin and Juice set to jam for Victoria. Ghetto Fabulez back out with the star for Angel City. Again, both teams at full strength. Ghetto Fabulez pushing to the outside, now back to the middle, and just a locked up tripod at the front from Victoria. Snappa has to hold in the middle as a pivot. Now getting a little offense to try and break Ghetto Fabulez free. Little offense on both sides. Gin and Jukes trying on the inside, forced out of bounds. Ghetto Fabulez pushing at the front, 1 skater to beat. Barry holding and holding at the end of the line as the pack continues to scroll out. Ghetto Fabulez does pick up lead, and Barry picks up the penalty. So that will shrink the VRDL offense or blocker core down by 1. Ghetto Fabulez now on the scoring pass as Gin and Jukes finally breaks free, completes the initial. And Ghetto Fabulez checks in with the ref, calls off the jam, 3 points up. That is the first points for Angel City since jam number 2 takes them to 13. And Victoria held scoreless for a second jam straight, now with 34. As we're ticking down, 18:40 to go in the first period. Rachel Rotten squaring off with Curly Burley again at the jammer line. Angel City with a 1 skater advantage. All 3 Victoria blockers at the front. Psycho rolling forward to provide some offense, then breaks back to Bridge. Curly Burley trapped at the back. Barry for Victoria now returning from the penalty box applies a little offensive shove. Trying to break Curly Burley free. Rachel Rotten, meanwhile, at the front. Also trapped. As the heavy defense battle continuing. Psycho again slides in, bounces, not able to shake anything loose. Cycles back, now again pushing to the front. But Rachel Rotten just not able to take any advantage. As Barry also trying to give a little offensive assist and get Curly Burley out. We're a minute into this jam, have made a half a lap and no lead jammer yet. Octane Jane now pushing forward to do some offense, but Curly Burley able to escape first lead jammer Victoria. Rachel Rotten popping out about a half a lap behind. Both packs reset, and by reset I mean just start mixing it up because Victoria wants to knock everybody out of the way. Make a nice open lane for Curly Burley to grab the 4 points and call off the jam. With that 4, we now sit 38-13. And roll off to go again. As I mentioned earlier, winner of this game will face arch rival tomorrow evening in our quarterfinal round. That'll be at 5 o'clock Pacific time. Loser comes back at 12:30 tomorrow afternoon to face the Rose City Axels of Annihilation. Schadenfreude jamming for Angel City. Vanessa Shredgrave on the jammer line for the first time this afternoon for Victoria and breaks up the outside to grab lead jammer. Schadenfreude cap in hand forced out of bounds as Vanessa Shredgrave back in. Throwing shoulders and rolling, checks at the bench. Should I call it off? No, let's just keep going. What the heck? Schadenfreude pushing, trying, and attempted a little bit of offense coming from Blackman as the Angel City defense moving to offense, and star pass complete for Angel City. Schadenfreude handing off to Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack clears the pack. 4 points for Vanessa Shredgrave, who bumped out of bounds, skates backwards, calls off the jam. And that will take the Victorian Roller Derby League to 43 and 13 still for Angel City. Reload jam number 11. Gin and Jukes, number 23 with the star for Victoria. Ghetto Fabulez jamming for Angel City, but Gin and Jukes, no Jukes needed, just sprints up the outside quickly, breaks free, grabs lead jammer. Ghetto Fabulez almost clear, but knocked to the infield. Quick work cutting back to the middle and getting back around. As Gin and Jukes picks up a couple calls off the jam. Victoria playing the time control game, like use the lead, get a couple of points, don't worry about completing the pass, just maintain control, burn some time off the clock, and a timeout has been called. And that gives me a moment to mention this Welcome to PDX timeout. This timeout is brought to you by Rose City Rollers Realtor Deb Counts Tabor. Welcome to PDX. Thanks to Welcome to PDX for sponsoring this tournament. We'd also like to thank WSL Leadership Coaching. Help you be more awesome in your work, sport, and life. WSL Leadership Coaching. There to help with the coaching and the leadership. And we also want to thank Ritual Dyes, a unique shop and dye studio in Southeast Portland, owned by a Rose City Rose Petals parent. The Rose Petals, the junior league associated with Rose City. Not playing in this tournament because they're a little too small, a little too young, but give them time. They will be out here. Several former juniors participating in this this tournament, including Psycho for Angel City. Back out, 5-second call has gone up. Anna Pavyuova set to jam against Schadenfreude. And Anna Pavyuova inside lane, lead jammer. And a forearm penalty being called will thin out the Victoria line. As Anna Pavyuova swings up the outside. Did the foot stay in? It did. 4 quick points. As Schadenfreude, a little shoulder shake to get past the front, puts the cap back on the helmet. Is now ready to earn points if it wasn't for Gin and Jukes calling, or calling off the jam, or Anna Pavyuova rather. So Anna adding 2 more to the total. That takes Victoria to an even 50. Angel City held at 13. Victoria sending a new jammer out. That is number 08, Pulp Friction. Rachel Ratten jamming for Angel City. Rachel forced out of bounds. Pulp Friction, trying to duck under. Not quite able to, as the front tripod of Angel City anchored well, and Pulp Friction just trying to work up the middle. Nothing doing now, jumping to the side. Rachel Ratten, meanwhile, same exact position effectively, trying to get through the middle. Victoria sending Beef number 35 up to provide a little offensive assist, but Angel City quickly spinning back the 4th blocker to hold on, and now another rotation as Crackerjack coming back to provide some offense, trying to break Rachel Ratten free. Packs coming together. Rachel Ratten looking towards the inside, but not able to make a break that way. As Victoria just locking down that inside line. Meanwhile, on the outside, Pulp Friction working against all 4 blockers for Angel City. Again, an attempt to break it up coming from Beef, but Angel quickly absorbing the hit and able to break things out. But finally, Pulp Friction does work out the front. Almost a minute and a half of jam time and about a quarter of a lap. Barely out of turn 2, and they finally get there. That was a beautiful move. Pulp Friction jumping in, ducking low, getting around. Rachel Ratten also finally clears the pack. 4 points up for Pulp Friction. Approaching on the second scoring pass, runs into their own blocker, taps the hips, calls off the jam. Rachel Ratten held scoreless. Pulp Friction adding 2 more to the total. So back-to-back 6-point jams. Taking Victoria up to 56. Angel City again held scoreless at 13, and we're down to 11:40 to go in the first period. We're adjusting that down from 6 to 5. Only 1 point on the second pass for Pulp Friction. Ghetto Fabulez out to jam against Vanessa Shredgrave. Ghetto Fabulez pushing towards the front, had some assistance from 94 Octane Jane, but Octane Jane having to break back to help with the defense, as Victoria also providing some offense, and Vanessa Shredgraves ducks under the late hip check attempt. Breaks out the front, grabs lead jammer. Ghetto Fabulez up to the inside, high steps over a couple of skates and clears the pack as well. Vanessa Shredgrave calls off the jam. Ghetto Fabulez, a nice little cut to the inside. And we sit with 1 point on the jam for Victoria, now 56-13. Booga set to jam for Victoria, as Angel City jamming Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude pushing on the front of the pack, looking to the outside. Booga swinging up the inside, a swing and a miss by number 42, Blackman, trying to knock Booga out of bounds, not able to do so. And Booga works past Crackerjack to clear the pack and grab lead jammer. Schadenfreude, meanwhile, for Angel City. Star in hand, trying the outside, now forced to the in. Lethal just playing the, I'm going to sit on this jammer and not let them go anywhere. Lethal now back teamed up with the rear tripod for Victoria as Victoria loses number 20, LaRage to the penalty box. That is LaRage's third penalty of the game. Star pass complete. Cracker Jack picking up the star for the fourth time, I believe, in this game so far. And Buga calmly stands, taps the hips, calls off the jam. 4 points for Victoria. Another shutout for Angel City, now sitting 60-13 with 8 minutes 45 seconds to go in the first period. Volturine to Slayer, jamming for Angel City for the first time this afternoon. Up against Curly Burley, and Volturine finds room, pushes to the front, grabs lead jammer. This is the first lead that Angel City has had since, I believe jam number 8. So ending quite the run for Victoria. Curly Burley now star in hand as Volturine to Slayer dodges around OMG. OMG then shoved out of bounds for good measure. Volturine pushing at the front, trying to get the hips past, does duck through, getting around LaRage, and picks up 4 points. Meanwhile, Curly Burley holding the star and pushing at the front, but that tripod not letting anything go. Volturine to Slayer. One to beat as Victoria with a wonderful, very energetic waterfall to the front. Trying to knock things about and finally busting Curly Burley free. Volturine to Slayer, one skater to beat, now 2. As Hells Yeah rolls to the front to provide a little assistance. Volturine calls off the jam, did complete the full 4 on the second pass, so 8 total, taking us to 21-60. As Victoria held scoreless for the first time since, again, Jam 8. Last time they were held scoreless was the last time that Angel City had lead. Ghetto Fabulez back out to jam against number 08, Pulp Friction. Pulp Friction trying the outside lane and able to break free. Just sneaks past Queen Luzia Tifa to grab lead jammer. Ghetto Fabulez held at the back. Pulp Friction bounces off the pack, comes through, 4 points. Ghetto Fabulez, star in hand, forced out of bounds, tries to go to the inside and bumped out again. Pulp Friction finding enough room on the outside edge to grab 4 more. Both teams now back to full strength as Pulp Friction just able to keep the feet just in bounds. Excellent shoulder shot from Blackman to slow down Pulp Friction, but not able to stop as the pack was moving farther back and Blackman having to hold up a bit. Star pass complete. This is the 5th star pass for Angel City. First to Blackman. Pulp Friction calls off the jam, picked up 2 more, a total of 14 points on the jam, and that will let us sit 74-21 with just under 5.5 minutes to go in this first period of play. Vanessa Shredgrave wearing the star for Victoria. Schadenfreude jamming for Angel City. Schadenfreude looking to the outside, but just bumped out and had to recycle in. Meanwhile, Vanessa Shredgrave bumping, and has to let go and heading to the penalty box. Both jammers go into the box. So no lead jammer for this jam. We will have a quick swap in and out. We had a cut track penalty on Vanessa Shredgrave and an illegal contact on Schadenfreude. They are both in and out very quickly, and they both get back to the packet basically the same time. So we'll just continue, and we'll run for another minute 20 and not have to worry about who's lead. Schadenfreude is out first. Would have been lead with except for that illegal contact penalty. Meanwhile, Victoria with having Vanessa Shredgrave back into the penalty box for a back block. So it is a power jam now for Schadenfreude. Victoria had lost Snappa to the box on an illegal position penalty, but they are back out having served that. And Vanessa Shredgrave also back out of the penalty box. Has the star in hand. Possibly looking for the pivot, but Barry the pivot is busy being a kickstand at the front and trying to keep Schadenfreude from going anywhere. And doing a quality job of it as well as Schadenfreude held up. Vanessa Shredgrave finally clears and completes the initial pass. 15 seconds to go in the jam. Schadenfreude trapped at the front, tried to cut through. Vanessa Shredgrave makes a complete run through the pack as the time ticks down. 2-1, that is the jam. 4 points for Victoria and 4 points for Angel City. So your difference stands the same. Still a 53-point game, but 78-25 now. And we're down under 3 minutes, 2:47 to go in the first period of our second day of the 2023 Hometown Throwdown, and a timeout called by the Victoria Roller Derby League. Let's correct that. It's an official review. But I'm guessing from the lack of people up in the middle that it's an official review used as a timeout because you got 2:41 left. Might as well call it and take it as a timeout. We would love if you would help make our sponsors happy. Snap, post, and tag, hashtag RCR sponsor. You can win VIP tickets to one of our games if you're in the Portland area. You can do this on the road, too, you know, if you're watching us from, let's say, Los Angeles or, Australia, wherever you are. You can use the hashtag. Sure, you might win tickets, and then you'd have to fly to Portland, but how bad could that be? We also have some new Rose City merch. Head to the website, get all your Rose City Rollers swag, and rep your favorite teams. So head over to the Rose City Rollers website for all your Rose City merchandise needs. We'd also like to thank 187 Killer Pads, often imitated, never duplicated. Stick with the best 187 Killer Pads. So as we swing down to our halftime of this game, coming up next in Game 3, that will be at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Please adjust for your local time zone. It's still, by the way, daylight time in the Pacific time zone because we're weird like that. Denver will take on Montreal in our next game. All right, back to the action. 5-second call has been called. Booga set to jam for Victoria. Voltarinda Slayer jamming for Angel City. Voltarinda Slayer trying the outside but caught in the back. Booga looking to the outside as Angel City losing low Betancourt to the penalty box. Booga almost through. One to beat does get around Whiskey Von Sweets to pick up lead jammer. Voltarinda Slayer passes the star off to Blackman. And Blackman giving chase quickly, forces the early call off and able to steal a point. So a 4-1, and if you're scoring at home, and why wouldn't you? Please put that 1 point for Angel City onto Blackman, number 42, and not number 87, Voltarinda Slayer. who had plenty of points in their last jam. Minute 38 to go in the period. Rachel Rotten jamming against Pulp Friction. Pulp Friction slipping to the floor and then absorbed by the tripod anchored by OMG. Rachel Rotten able to sneak around the inside, grabs lead jammer. Great track awareness and good ability to force the pack just enough away from that corner to be able to step through. And this time Rachel Rotten, perfect impact to the hips of beef to pick up the 4 points and continue rolling on. Jam clock over the period clock. We've got a minute 26 to go in the jam and about a minute now on the period clock. Star pass to Barry. And Barry comes into the back and low Betancourt says, no, I think you will take a seat. Barry did, however, pick up 1 point. Rachel Rotten grabbing 4 more. So an 8-1 jam win for Angel City takes them to 35. Victoria at 83. Trimming down that difference now, 48 points between the teams. And we will get 1 more jam in, and we'll also get a timeout called, official timeout. The official timeout adjusting or confirming the point. Should mention our skating officials for this game: Kurt So Good, Bambi Lance, Kira Duncan, Scary Be Jesus, Candyman, S No, Extra Crispy, and Mass. Thanks to them for all their work. Blowing the whistles, pointing at people. Officials always important. Otherwise, it would just be chaos and madness. We have enough of that elsewhere. All right. Skating officials heading back into position. 23 seconds on the period clock. We did not just suddenly jump back almost a half an hour. So this should be the final jam. Oh, and a beautiful run up the outside by Schadenfreude. Number 26 grabs lead jammer as Shreds, number 21, Vanessa Shredgrave, knocked to the ground and still caught at the pivot line level. Schadenfreude pushing on the Victoria tripod, shoved out of bounds as Lethal providing a little extra oomph to encourage Schadenfreude out of bounds, and then Lethal heading to the penalty box because it was not quite legal. It was a directional play penalty called. 4 points up for Schadenfreude. And that will take us to intermission. Angel City with 39 at the half. Victoria stays at 83, a 44-point game. And we will take a brief break. We will be back with the second half of game number 2 of the 2023 Hometown Throwdown. Victoria Roller Derby League versus Angel City. You are watching this tournament on the Rose City Rollers YouTube channel. Stick All right, we are back for the second half. Victoria Roller Derby League versus Angel City. Looking at the penalty board, nobody in big trouble. Although for VRDL, LaRage has 4 penalties. Low Betancourt leading the count for Angel City with 2. Overall, Victoria has more skaters with penalties than Angel City, for what that matters. You've got Vanessa Shredgrave with 2. Hells Yeah has 2 as well. Barry Lethal also having 2 each. And Snappa and Beef with 1. And on the Angel City side, Schadenfreude, Rachel Rotten, Ghetto Fabulez, and Psycho all have 1. I won't do the math to add it up, and my little dashboard doesn't add it up for me. So we'll just stick with that number. Oh, actually it does. Sorry, 14 for VRDL. 6 total penalties for Angel City. And we're sitting 83-39. Rachel Rotten set to jam for Angel City. Trying to look at the total stats for Rachel Rotten. Jammed 6 times in the first period. Is the leading scorer for Angel City with 15 total points. Curly Burley, leading scorer for Victoria with 28 total. And with the whistle, we are going. Gin and Jukes jamming for Victoria. As I mentioned, Rachel Rotten with the star for Angel City. Rachel Rotten pushing to the front. Gin and Jukes was forced to the infield, had to recycle back, now trapped at the back behind Death Down Under and Octane Jane in that tripod, with Psycho helping on the kickstand there. Rachel Rotten almost through, but a penalty called. Cut track for Gin and Jukes. Gin and Jukes not at all laughing their way to the Laughing Planet penalty box, where they will sit for a minute, and Rachel Rotten slides on the knee, picks up lead, not out of bounds, and a couple of blockers for Victoria having to recycle back on the outside to get in position, and that's allowing Angel City rather to keep them split up a bit. Rachel Rotten cuts through, picks up 4 points, and a cut track penalty off to the Laughing Planet penalty box. Goes number 9, Lethal, the pivot for Victoria, as Gin and Jukes completes serving that penalty, is out, has the star in hand, no one to pass it to, of course, as Lethal sitting in the box. Rachel Rotten at the front, pushing away. Octane Jane tries to break things free, but Victoria able to hold pressure and just absorb the hit, and then recover again. Rachel Rotten stepping out on both sides, but no run back, just Victoria kind of content to just keep Rachel Rotten locked. Hold on. Star now passed as Gin and Jukes hands it off to Lethal. Lethal coming out of the penalty box to pick that up. Jim is called by Rachel Rotten. I think I saw 4. We're showing 5 on the scoreboard. We'll see if that adjusts. All right, looks like not adjusting. So, there goes the other 4. All right, 48-83 our score. Pulp Friction jamming against Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude out to the front. Pulp Friction trapped at the back by 3 blockers for Angel City. Taken to the track, but back up. Angel City's Whiskey Von Sweets serving as the bridge. Joined by a Victoria blocker whose number I can't see. As Schadenfreude trapped at the front, pushing, nothing doing though. As LaRage just holding that tripod to steady. And now they roll around sideways. Pulp Friction also gaining no traction. We're down a minute into the jam, and we haven't made it out of turn 1 completely as a pack. Schadenfreude trying to dip low, breaks contact and trying again, a little spin to the outside, nothing doing. down to a knee as Pulp Friction also pushing to the outside, but the tripod able to squeeze back together. Crackerjack able to force Pulp Friction back into contact with Low Betancourt. Lethal the pivot, holding on at the front as Schadenfreude continually slipping to the ground and then back up and then re-engaging as the pack is stretching and stretching. And LaRage calls out, hey, we need to slide this back a little farther forward. Not able to do so. So with 9 seconds left in the jam, we finally have a lead jammer as Schadenfreude has picked up lead, comes in to try and grab a point, has at least one bouncing off of Madden, I believe that was, holding that last block. 2 points up for Schadenfreude. And an official review called by Angel City. As we sit 83-49. And we've got Ghetto Fabulous standing alone at the jam line. Our jam line brought to you by Jam on Hawthorne. It's Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. Thanks to the Jam on Hawthorne for sponsoring us. Also this time out, brought to you by Welcome to PDX. If you're ready to move to PDX and join RCR, let Welcome to PDX help you find a home. Because when you're moving to a new place, you need somebody to help you find a home. And if you're moving to Portland, Welcome to PDX can help with that. We'd also like to thank the following sponsors: Portland Vital Signs, Reverend's Barbecue, Porque No Taqueria, Two Rivers Mortgage, She-Bop, Menopause Northwest, Biggs Chicken, and Fran's Bakery. Thanks to all of them for sponsoring the Rose City Rollers and this hometown throwdown tournament. Always a good time. Got some great games today and through the weekend. We earlier in game one saw arch rival beat Rose City's Axels of Annihilation. We're in the middle of game two. Victoria leading Angel City. Coming up next, you'll see Denver taking on Montreal. That game starts at 5 p.m. Pacific. And we end the day with the Rose City Wheels of Justice taking on Black Diaspora. That game 7:30 local time. And we get going all over again tomorrow morning with our first game. I think our first game is at noon. I would have to look at, got a different sheet for that. So clearly, Scott Chicken, untrained announcer, not having the right sheets in front. I do know that the winner of this game will face arch rival in game number 7 for the tournament. That's our 5 p.m. Pacific time game tomorrow evening. So be sure to come back for that. Also like to thank Black Cat Plumbing.
Angel City was challenging the points on the jam before the previous jam. The scoreboard is currently correct. Angel City will lose their official review.
All right. Thank you, refs and officials, getting the scoreboard straight. It was showing 48 for a second there, but they did adjust it up to 50. And we are ready to roll. Next on the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line, we have number 617, Ghetto Fabulous, set to jam against number 29, Booga. And Booga trying the outside. Ghetto Fabulous also, and Ghetto Fabulous through. Ghetto Fabulous lead jammer, swinging in on the scoring pass, and Victoria closing things down. Psycho tried to break it up free, but had to give up and roll back to bridge as Booga finally clears, completes the initial. Ghetto Fabulous calls off the jam. 4 points up for Angel City. And we've got Victoria held scoreless all 3 jams of this period, and now we're sitting 83-54. That differential dipping down to 29 points now with 24 and a half minutes to go in the game. Voltarine de Slayer with the star for Angel City, jamming against Vanessa Shredgrave for Victoria. And Vanessa Shredgrave going over the back of number 42. I think that was 42 Blackman. In any case, pushing towards the front, 1 to beat, and finally clear. Gets past Whiskey Von Sweets. Vanessa Shredgrave is lead jammer and trapped again, pushing on the pack as Voltarine de Slayer with the star in hand. Trapped at the back, looking to get the star maybe to Octane Jane. Then again, maybe not. Octane Jane right there, but providing some offensive blocking, trying to open a lane for Voltarine, but nothing doing. As Vanessa Shredgrave through with 4. Looks to the outside, bumped out of bounds. And rolling back, Crackerjack and Whiskey Von Sweets teaming up to guard the outside lane. And with that, Vanessa Shredgrave calls off the jam. A 4-point-0 run, 87-54. And Voltarine de Slayer finishing, not having even passed the pivot line, I don't think. As Victoria tightening up the defense heavily on that last jam. Pack starting at the pivot line, rolling back towards the jammer line. Rachel Rotten jamming against Curly Burley. Curly Burley pushing to the front, gets an offensive bit of a blocking assist from Snappa and breaks free to grab lead jammer. Rachel Rotten caught in the back, checking over the shoulder, looking to maybe provide some defense, but then just locked up the inside, pushing up the inside edge. Bumped to the ground and not able to take advantage as Curly Burley, close to the outside lane, cuts back to the middle, picks up the 4 points, and back on the run, heading back for the pack. Rachel Rotten once again trapped and pushing at the front. As the Angel City pack regrouping. OMG WTF trying to shoulder out Curly Burley. Curly Burley able to resist and stay in bounds. 4 more points. As Rachel Rotten now 1 to beat. Only skater left at the front was number 66, Barry, the pivot. Curly Burley cuts through quickly, grabs 4 more points, calls off the jam. A 12-point run for Victoria. Ends their second half drought and takes them to 99 total. Angel City held to 54. And we're back up to a 45-point game. We'd like to thank Rebel Heart Therapy, individual and relational therapy for Portland's Black Sheep and Unicorns. Back at it, Gin and Jukes jamming against Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude almost clear, but just enough pressure from Lethal to slide Schadenfreude's feet out of bounds. Has to recycle all the way back. Gin and Jukes also bumped out. Low Betancourt on the run back. As Gin and Jukes trying the outside edge, whistle blows. Somebody's going somewhere, maybe. Gin and Jukes certainly going somewhere, and that is out the front of the pack as lead jammer. That was Lethal picking up the penalty, serving a forearm. Also, Octane Jane heading to the penalty box for illegal position. And Gin and Jukes takes a heavy shot, calls off the jam from the ground. A 3-point-0 run, taking Victoria over the 100-point mark now, 102-54. Ghetto Fabulez back out to jam for Angel City. Anna Paviova jamming for the first time this half. High block called on Psycho. So that will thin out the Angel City pack, making both sides even with 2 blockers apiece. So for Angel City, you got Death Down Under and OMG. And for Victoria, you got Beef and Barry. And we got Pavy as your lead jammer. Anna Paviova picking up lead. Ghetto Fabula is also clear as the penalty box empties out quickly. But Anna Paviova picks up 4, calls off the jam before Ghetto Fabulous can get back. 106-54. And a timeout called by the Victorian Roller Derby League. With 19 minutes, 10 seconds to go in the game. This is their first actual timeout of the game. Each team now has burned 1. This timeout brought to you by Rose City Rollers Realtor. Welcome to PDX. And again, if you're ready to move to Portland and join Rose City, let Welcome to PDX help you find a home. Our Laughing Planet penalty box currently empty. Laughing Planet Cafe serving food that's good for people and the planet. And then as I say it's empty, I look and I'm like, oh no, Psycho's still sitting in the penalty box. I just, for some reason, ignored that far right chair. Psycho currently with 2 penalties, serving the high block. No one in any trouble. Victoria now has 2 skaters with 4. LaRage, who had 4 coming out of the half, and Lethal also now on 4. Angel City's highest penalty count is 2. So no one currently in danger of being asked to vacate the track. I'd like to thank Sasquatch HR, making nonprofit and small business workplaces better. SasquatchHR.org. Speaking of ORG, G for Gin and Jukes is your lead jammer. Schadenfreude jamming for Angel City, but not able to get free. Forced to the infield now, pulls off the star. Pivot for Angel City. Psycho rolls in almost with the handoff. Didn't quite get it, now has it in hand. And a penalty called. Cut track on Gin and Jukes. So Psycho now with the star and the power jam. Minute 26 to go in the jam. We will go that full range. Angel City turning to offense, but Victoria able to absorb, break free, and come back up. Angel City trying to trap Lethal as the goat at the back, not able to do so. And Psycho forced out of bounds, rolls back behind LaRage. As the LaRage and Madden teaming up at the back to gather things up. Finally, Psycho looking for room on the outside. Nothing doing. Steps out of bounds, has to roll back again. Gin and Jukes out of the penalty box. Penalty kill complete. And number 23 back to it. Penalty sending Blackman to the Laughing Planet penalty box. Direction of play, the call. Gin and Jukes on a scoring pass. Both jammers on scoring passes. Gin and Jukes finally gets the pressure to the outside, cuts back in. 4 points up. We got 20 seconds to go in the jam. Psycho pushing at the front, but trapped up. Leaning in with the head as the helmet cover starting to work its way off. And Psycho realizes, takes it, pulls it, pops it back on as time runs out on the jam. 4 more points up for Victoria. 4 points as well for Psycho in Angel City. So we go to 114.58. And just under 17 minutes to go in our game. I'd like to thank 888, the certified sweat saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best. Booga jamming against Volturine to Slayer. And a big mess in the middle of the pack. Booga comes out the other side. Going chest to chest with Death Down Under. which is appropriate for a team from Australia, to go up against the blocker named Deathman down under. But Booga is clear and is your lead jammer. Volter into Slayer. Caught up by the tripod at the front. Now things breaking up. OMG trying to bust it up a bit, not able to. Volterine also bumps to a knee. Booga out the front, 4 points for Victoria. Hells Yeah, forced out of bounds. Slowly regrouping and gathering as Volter into Slayer. Star in hand, pushing at the front. Beef, last line of defense. The bridge just flowing farther and farther. No pack finally called. Volter into Slayer with 48 seconds left in the jam is clear of the pack. And a penalty. I missed the call. Cut track called on Booga, so another power jam. Booga sitting still, so at least another 10 seconds or so now as Booga has stood up. Victoria doing a great job of running the pack forward to slow down the ability for Volter into Slayer to pick up any points. Now one skater to beat, that is Barry the pivot. Volterine pushing and pushing as the pack spreads out. Booga out of the penalty box. As one player from each team in that box. Booga trying to jump the side, not quite able to land in bounds. Volterine to Slayer picks up 4 points as time runs out on the jam. And 4 more up for Booga and Victoria. An 8-4 jam, 122 to 62. A 60-point game. That's math even I can do in my head. Didn't have to look at the screen at all. So starting off Jam 10, we will have 3 blockers on the track for each team. 507, Rachel Rotten, set to jam. For Angel City, Vanessa Shredgrave, number 21 with the star for VRDL. Both blockers out of the box and kind of in combat on the way back to the pack. As the pack starts to squeeze out, looked like Vanessa Shredgrave might break free, but forced out of bounds. Rachel Rotten also trying at the front, but bumped out as Octane Jane trying to break pieces off of that tripod, not quite able to do so. Vanessa Shredgrave cutting up the outside, shouldered by Crackerjack, and now both jammers rolling back all the way, at least for Rachel Rotten, all the way to the jammer line. Vanessa Shredgrave able to enter a little bit earlier, picks up lead jammer. Minute 5 to go in the jam. Rachel Rotten forced out to the inside. Now with star in hand. Reaching towards Octane Jane. But Victoria on it and assigning a blocker to kind of hold on to Octane Jane as Vanessa Shredgrave through for 4. First points of the jam, now 42 seconds to go. Rachel Rotten tiptoeing up the outside or inside line. Almost through, does break free, getting past Beef. And Rachel Rotten now star back on the helmet with 26 seconds to go. Vanessa Shredgrave says that's enough of that. Calls off the jam, 3 points up for Victoria. A 7-0 jam, 129 to 62. Ghetto Fabulez joined by Curly Burley at the Jam on Hawthorne Jam line. Both teams full strength. Curly Burley looking up the outside edge, but forced out of bounds, back in. Tripped up mid-pack, forearm penalty called on number 94, Octane Jane. And Curly Burley out first, lead jammer for Victoria. Octane Jane now sitting on 4 penalties. Direction of play penalty sending Snappa off to the Laughing Planet penalty box. As Ghetto Fabulez also clears the pack. But Curly Burley able to pick up the points, call off the jam before Ghetto Fabulez can get back. 133 62 with 11:15 to go in our game. Winner of this game gets a rest. They don't have to come back to play until tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock local time. The loser of this game will play in our first game at 12:30, 12:25 to 12:30 local time. Tomorrow, early afternoon. Schadenfreude jamming against Gin and Jukes. Gin and Jukes hops over. Just the left leg of Whiskey Von Sweets to grab lead jammer. And a star pass quickly from 26 to 42. Blackman now the jammer of record for Angel City. Blackman not able to get back before Gin and Jukes calls off the jam. Gin and Jukes picks up 3. And we have an official timeout. It looks like Whiskey Von Sweets got a bit shaken up on that play. So yes, looking ahead to tomorrow, 12:30 local time, will be the loser of game 1, which was Axels of Annihilation, versus the loser of this game. At 2:30 tomorrow, we will have the either Denver or Montreal, whichever loses that next game coming up, or Wheels of Justice versus Black Diaspora, which is our 7:30 game. The loser of that will play at 2:30. And then tomorrow evening, as I mentioned, we have the winner of this game taking on arch rival at 5 local time, and the winner of the Denver-Montreal game taking on the winner of Wheels of Justice versus Black Diaspora. That game will be at 7:30 p.m. All coming up tomorrow, and then Sunday we do it all again. Sunday, the winners, or the losing bracket 7th and 8th place game will happen at 11 o'clock in the morning. On Sunday at 1 o'clock, we have our 5th and 6th place game. At 3 o'clock p.m. local time on Sunday will be the 3rd and 4th place game, and at 5:30 we end off the tournament with our championship game, 5:30 local time. Sunday will be standard time because in these United States, time change happens Saturday evening. So be sure you adjust your clocks accordingly. If you are not in the Pacific time zone or not in the United States, adjust as you will. All right, Whiskey Von Sweets up and skating towards the bench, heading off to get checked out by our medical staff. Speaking of medical staff, we'd like to thank Zoom Care. It's the health care you need when, where, and how you want it. ZoomCare.com. Thank you to Zoom Care for sponsoring Rose City. And coming off of the injury timeout, we've got another timeout. This called by Victoria, using their 2nd of 3. This time out again brought to you by our Rose City Rollers Realtor. Welcome to PDX. Thank you to Welcome to PDX for sponsoring this. Also like to thank Two Town Cider, damn fine cider made right here in the Pacific Northwest. If you're in the area, check it out if you're a cider fan, which I am. Two Town Cider, very delicious. Also like to thank Liquid Death. If you know, you know. I'm not trying to be obscure. That's just what it says. And we also want to thank the following sponsors: Dye My Darling Hair Salon, Lionheart Kombucha, the Portland Mercury, and Guyaki Yerba Mate. Thanks to all of them for sponsoring the Rose City Rollers and this tournament. If you're in the Portland area and you would like to become a Rose City Rollers volunteer, you certainly should. Help make bouts and skate-mobile events awesome. Go to rosecityrollers.com/volunteer. Always happy to have more people helping out. If you're not in the Portland area and you're planning to move, again, welcome to PDX, and then check in there and you can volunteer once you've made the move. All right, we are back and set to go with number 4,000, Anna Pavuova, set to jam for Victorian Roller Derby League, and Voltarine de Slayer with the star for Angel City. Anna Pavuova, beautiful hop to get around the impending shoulder check from Psycho, grabs lead jammer. That is a string of 9 or 10 straight lead jams for Victoria. I'm too lazy to count. And a cut track called. That's the third had lead, lost lead for Victoria. And a quick in and out as Voltarine de Slayer also had a cut track. So another 2-minute jam, well, minute 18 to go now. Voltarine de Slayer on the scoring pass, or Anna Pavuova on the scoring pass. Voltarine, I believe, still on the initial. But both defenses tightening up. Psycho providing some offensive assistance to Voltarine, but again, as has been happening the entire game, Victoria fully able to absorb. Angel City also absorbing the offense attempts from Victoria, but this time Victoria able to just open up enough of a lane on the outside for Pavy to break through. Anna Pavuova 4 points up as we're down to 35 seconds to go in this jam. 8:50 in the period. Another whistle blown. That will send a blocker for Victoria to the penalty box. So each team with one blocker in the box. You've got Death Down Under sitting for Angel City. Beef now sitting for Victoria. 4 points up. 12 total on the jam for Anna Pavuova as we got 9 seconds to go. And Voltarine de Slayer finally, star in hand, exits the pack, completes the initial pass. But time will run out prior to any ability to get back. 2 more up for Anna Pavuova. A 14-0 jam. We sit 150 to 62. And 8 minutes to go in the game. Five-second call, Curly Burley jamming against Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude whips it up the outside edge. Beautiful run, grabs lead jammer, first lead jam for Angel City since jam 3. They had a streak of 3 in the row to start the half, and then nothing till now. And a nice little apex jump. That killer apex jump brought to you by Killer Burger. Killer Burger, if you're looking for a delicious hamburger, that's a place to get them if you're in Portland. And a second Killer Burger apex jump. Schadenfreude, a quick 8 points before Curly Burley even able to exit the pack. Curly Burley is free now. Angel City making things chaotic in the pack. 3 more points up, an 11-point jam. And a late penalty called, lethal for Victoria, picking up an illegal contact. That is Lethal's 5th penalty in the game. So we got 2 skaters serving penalties for Victoria. One of them being Curly Burley, the jammer. So both the jammer and the pivot in for the same illegal contact penalty, which must have been contact after the whistle. And that will give Ghetto Fabulez a power start and lead jammer. And a quick cut through to grab some points. 4 points up on that run. Lethal out of the penalty box. Curly Burley standing. Angel City trying to mix things up, but Victoria now regrouped and adjusting as the pack they weren't trying to run away as much. So it becomes easier to stay and lock down. Curly Burley out of the penalty box on the initial pass. 4 more points up for Ghetto Fabulez. We're down under 6 minutes to go in the game. 81-150, a 69-point game at this point. Ghetto Fabulez cutting to the outside, but quickly caught by Lethal. Ghetto Fabulez moving towards the inside as Angel City losing a blocker to the penalty box. Curly Burley finally clears the pack. Ghetto Fabulez checks the line, calls off the jam, did collect one more, so a 9-point run. Bringing Angel City to 20 total over the last 2 jams, now sitting at 82. Victoria held at 150. Rachel Rotten getting ready to jam. Victoria watching the clock, calling a timeout. They will use their final timeout. Oh, official review as a timeout. So Victoria figuring we're up by 68. The odds of needing an official review to officially review something in 4 minutes, 54 seconds, probably not that huge. Rest the skaters, burn some clock. If you're in the Portland area, you can spend winter break with Rose City Rollers at Junior Derby Winter Break Camp, December 18th through 22nd. Register now at rosecityrollers.com/join. And it's never too early to plan your roller derby trips for the spring. Coming up in March of 2024 in North Richland Hills, Texas, the Dallas Derby Devils are hosting the Clover Cup. Tickets and info at clovercup.com. Should be a fun tournament. Clover Cup always good every year, so head over there once again to clovercup.com for more information. All right, now on the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line, Ghetto Fabulez, or Rachel Rotten rather, jamming for Angel City, and Anna Pavuova. Anna Pavuova trying to push right through the middle, but when Lo Betancourt's standing in the middle of the pack, you're not necessarily getting through easily. Rachel Rotten able to grab lead. Anna Pavuova also clear and given chase as the pack speeds up a bit. Victoria again running forward. Blackman trying to catch a blocker and break things off. Rachel Rotten grabs one, and it looks like Anna Pavuova also picked up one, so a jam tie. 151.83. We keep that difference at 68. And we reset with Schadenfreude jamming against Gin and Jukes. Both teams full strength. Laughing Planet penalty box totally empty. Gin and Jukes working against Death Down Under at the front and able to spin around and grab lead. Meanwhile, Schadenfreude with the cap in hand, almost through, but forced to the infield. Now trying the inside edge. That edge closed down. Gin and Jukes on the outside. Forced and rolls through. Bugogi with the run back and a star pass to Psycho for Angel City. That is Angel City's 9th star pass of the game, compared to 3 for Victoria. 4 points up for VRDL with 3 minutes to go. We're at 155-83. And we'll reset with Curly Burley and Ghetto Fabulez. Pack starting forward, now rolling back. Ghetto Fabulez trying the outside back to the in. Curly Burley also trying the inside edge, but forced out of bounds, and Ghetto Fabulez, lead jammer, Angel City. Curly Burley cuts from the inside, working towards the outside, now back to the in, and a lane opens up. Curly Burley completes the initial pass. Ghetto Fabulez, Lo Betancourt, beautiful work opening the door there to let Ghetto Fabulez through. Picks up 4 calls off the jam, 87-155. Now we're ticking down to the 2-minute warning. Anna Pavuova and Voltarine de Slayer at the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. And the whistle blows and away we goes. Volterine to Slayer, pushing at the front, pushing at the front. Nice extra shoulder from Beef to just change the angle out of bounds and force Volterine to roll all the way back to the pivot line. Anna Paviova looking to the inside. Volterine to Slayer out about 3 steps ahead, but Pavy right behind and giving chase and now almost drafting. I like the predatory grin, like, hey, I'm chasing you. I'm going to catch up. Don't worry. Volterine to Slayer. Grabs the quick point, calls off the jam. 3 points up for Volterine to Slayer, and Angel City calls a timeout as we are sitting now 155 to 90. Minute 5 to go in the game. I'd like to thank 888. The certified Sweat Saver helmet from 888 is designed for derby, vert ramps, and everything in between. Once again, thank you to 888. Also thanks to the exclusive protective gear sponsor of Rose City Rollers, 187 Killer Pads. 187 Killer Pads worn by the most pros in the world. If you skate, you know why. Also want to thank Secret Aardvark, the local-made flavor that kicks you in the mouth. So if you're looking to get kicked in the mouth, that is a tasty way to do it, rather than just, I don't know, asking one of your friends to kick you in the mouth, which doesn't sound very pleasant at all. But what do I know? Quick check once again on our penalty board. Only skater in any danger to lethal, number 9 for VRDL with 5. Others highest is 4. Victoria with the lead on the penalty board, 28 total to the 19 total for Angel City. And we're down 1:04 to go. Gin and Jukes jamming against Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude pushing towards the front. 2 blockers to beat. Oh, ducks around, almost free. Yes, free. Gets around lethal, grabs lead. Jammer did not step out of bounds. Star pass attempt, or at least indication coming from Gin and Jukes. But lethal not accepting. And turning back to defense as Schadenfreude forced out of bounds and has to roll back. Lethal now on the kickstand. Holding up to LaRage and Jigglytuff. As Gin and Jukes pushing at the front. 2 skaters bridging away. 14 seconds on the clock. Angel City finally letting go of Gin and Jukes and moving up to do some offense. Nothing doing. Schadenfreude calls off the jam and quickly calls timeout. So we will get one more jam in. No points on that last jam. We stay 155 to 90. And we will get one more Rachel Rotten jam for jam number 21 of our game. There were a couple of points. I was wondering why we didn't see anything. 2 points up in the last jam for Schadenfreude, taking us to 92. Victoria 155. Final thanks to Rogue Ales and Spirits, world-class ales, lagers, spirits, and canned cocktails made right here in Oregon. Rogue Ales and Spirits. And speaking of things to drink and places to do it, Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery. Thank you for sponsoring Rose City. John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon. All right, 5 seconds of game time to go. 155-92 is the score. Curly Burley and Rachel Rotten lined up on the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Whistle blows, away we go. Period clock now expired, and a forearm penalty called on number 94, Octane Jane. That'll take Octane Jane to 5. Rachel Rotten pushing at the front. Curly Burley, almost through. Rachel Rotten says, not on my watch. Hip check, bumping Curly Burley to the infield. Curly Burley now back up, cuts to the inside this time, grabs lead jammer. So VRDL in control of the clock. Game period clock is over. Rachel Rotten trying on the inside. Curly Burley dodges, almost, doesn't get quite past Psycho, has to roll back, jump back inbounds. Death down under on the kickstand. Rachel Rotten able to push out the front. Curly Burley, lane opened on the inside. Barry sweeping up on the door. Curly Burley calls off the jam. 4 points on the jam. 159-92 is your final unofficial score. So with that, the Victorian Roller Derby League will take on arch rival in the winner's bracket tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock Pacific time. And Angel City will come back tomorrow at 12:30 local time. They will take on the Axels of Annihilation in the loser's bracket half of the tournament, working towards a 5th or 6th place finish. And that is now an official final score. So that will close game number 2 of the 2023 Hometown Throwdown. Victoria Roller Derby League is victorious. Stick around, come back in, what time is it now? Very soon, actually, I would guess, because our next game will be Denver versus Montreal. You are watching the Hometown Throwdown live on YouTube.
Please, please, please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Bite back your worry, I'll show you the way. Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. Sun's gone west, time for bed. Take my hand, don't look over the edge. Give me your troubles, I won't let you fall. I won't let you fall. Step by step, we gon' make it through the door. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. Is it gravity, your heart and mine? All I know is the stars have aligned. I could count the ways you lit up my life, but I wouldn't try. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. Ask me anything you'd like. I could answer every why. Oh, you wake me up like the morning light. Even darkness can't dim your bright eyes. Hear the rising sun, the kindest sign that we'll be alright. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Satellite. And when the skies are rough, the elements too much, our love will hold us up. We're made of titanium. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Oh, always satellite. Yeah, I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite.
Another minute or so to go before we get started here. I'd like to give a shout out to all of our officials. Everybody, thank you so much for being out here helping us keeping our skaters safe and fair. And also thank you very much to all the volunteers this afternoon to help this event happen.
Pretty exciting about this derby.
This penultimate matchup here this afternoon between Denver's Mile High Club and Montreal's New Skids on the Block. We're going to run down the rosters real quick. First, we'll go with Denver 099 China Ski. 13 is Rat. 1337 Glitterous. 151 is Cotton. 1701 Miss T Maven. Number 2 Terran. 22 Scara to Death. Number 27 your captain Gobrecht. Number 33 Klein. 40 is Speedlejuice. 50 Scald Eagle. 505 Kraken. Number 7 Evil X. 8000 is California. And 949 Coyote.
And from Montreal, the New Skids on the Block, number 008, Lau Ryder. 03, Grayson. 1017, Bigley Smalls. 123, Miracle Whips. 13, Alcatraz. Yeah.
All right.
Here we go.
Whistle blew before we were done with the team introductions.
That's all right. That is number 66, Falcon Punch for Montreal. Skating against 1706, Miss T. Maven.
Yes, it is. And look, it's another scrum start. Miss T. Maven up the inside, lead jammer Denver.
And Falcon Punch, long recycle behind. That is Coyote.
A wily one, that Coyote. Be nothing but, I mean, you are puns, so it's
Yes.
going to be nothing but puns all day long.
Meep, meep.
Falcon Punch clears the pack. Misty Maven calls off the jam. 4 points for Denver to start us off.
All right, so we ended with Alcatraz. 1773 is Magnum PEI. 1969, Donata. 289, Cheese Grater. 5678, Gruesome Gracie. 59, Chloe David. You just saw 66, Falcon Punch. Artsy Choke is 85. 913, Blue Butt. 999, KT Kaboom. 999, Mange. I'm not going to do the full name because I.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you. Glad you were able to do it.
I've announced Montreal numerous times, and that is one of my favorite names. Hey, look, it's Scald Eagle. She's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, and there goes Miracle Whips.
Also a big deal. It's all big deals all the time. And they both go out of bounds, and Miracle Whips goes to the penalty box with the cut track penalty.
Although it looked to me that Scald Eagle was the one that forced Whips out, but you know, whatever. The referees have a better view, so we'll go with them. And there goes Scald Eagle. Seen that form again and again. And just perfect skating on the outside edge.
Indeed, Denver doing a good job trapping a Montreal blocker at the back. Magnum PEI caught for a bit. Scald grabs the 4 points.
And Miracle Whips is standing.
Bigley Smalls also serving a penalty for Montreal for illegal position.
Miracle Whips diving through the pack, but now getting caught up. That is California.
And Scald Eagle dives past Mange Moine El Cool and picks up 4 more points. 8 total on the jam. And Scald just happy to keep skating.
And that is a high block, Scald Eagle. Miracle Whips has pulled the cap.
The trap back.
Mange is in the box, so there's no pivot. So that's a 4-2 pack advantage for Denver, but time's winding down.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing going to happen here anyway. 6 seconds. Miracle Whip's almost through, but caught up and not able to get clear. That was Kraken with the last stop. Oh, and a low block called, I think, on Miracle Whips. I think Miracle Whips is going to the box.
Yeah.
Umpire strikes back. It's like, no, you're going to go sit down.
Now, that was maybe not the best choice to enter the pack with 7 seconds left.
Maybe not. So 3 skaters from Montreal in the box. You got Miracle Whip serving the low block, Mange and Bigley Smalls.
So Scald Eagle released from the box. So Miracle Whips will have to serve the exact amount of time that Scald Eagle did. Scald Eagle.
That was a killer apex jump brought to you by Killer Burger.
5 minutes to burgers, beer, and bottomless fries. Well, not for you all, because you're on the stream, but you know.
Scald doesn't have to jump that time, just slides around the outside, picks up 4 more points.
Good work there. Got a directional play penalty on somebody.
I think that's Bigley Smalls, who had just come out of the penalty box, now back into the penalty box. 3 penalties, and we're only on the 3rd jam.
And we got a start pass to Mange.
And Mange Boyle Cool won't even put the star on because Scald Eagle's going to call off the jam.
So score 23-0 after just 3 jams. And finally we get some new jammers. We have Donata skating from Montreal up against, I cannot see the number.
I believe that's Klein.
I believe
that's
you are correct.
Klein. One skater in the penalty box for Montreal. Oh, Klein races up the outside to grab lead.
Mons tried to stop that, but it was declined.
Aha! I see what you said there. Klein bumps in.
Wow.
Dancy spin around. Clears the pack. 4 points up.
Well played. And that is Denata finally escaping up at the front.
The old stash the star. Break free. Klein's like, yeah, too bad. Nice work, but I'm going to take the points. Call off the jam. Another 4, 8 total, 35-0, 24-12 to go in the game.
In the half.
In the half, you're right. We play 2 halves, don't we, in this?
Yes,
That's how
yes,
this
we
works.
do.
See, that was my problem with the first game. I was like, wait, it's over. Why are they back and playing again?
All right, here we go. That is Chloe David jamming for Montreal, and Cotton for Denver. And Chloe David, I believe this would be Montreal's first league jam.
It is indeed. As Cotton caught up in the middle, Denver trying to throw some offense their way, but nothing doing.
Nice work by Cheese Grater to pick Cotton there.
Both jammers out and approaching. Chloe David with 4 points on the board, looking for more, but just bumped out.
That was glitterous. Well
Yes.
played. And now we've got a backwards skate.
Everybody rolling. Cotton on the outside. Back engaged, and Chloe David through. 4 more up. 8 total for Montreal.
Cotton without the star right now, putting the star back on. Chloe David dumped once again by Glitterous.
And Glitter's running too far back, so Chloe David able to come in a little bit earlier.
And here's another run back, this time by Scara to death.
Cotton clears with 4. Chloe David calls off the jam. Only got 1 on that last run. Denver able to stay ahead.
But Montreal on the board now with 9 points. Denver with 39.
Hey, I can do that math. That's a 30-point lead.
Hey.
Woohoo!
And we got Misty Maven and Falcon Punch once again.
The fake pivot line start. Laughing Planet penalty box empty to start this jam.
And Misty Maven really pushing it out there. But it is Falcon Punch through first.
Yeah, Falcon Punch almost following Misty Maven like a running back behind a linebacker or a fullback to come in. Oh, big collision at the front of the pack. Falcon Punch calls off the jam. 2-1 jam win for Montreal.
If I remember correctly, I think Falcon Punch holds the record for the most points scored in a single jam at 50.
Oh, wow.
In the playoffs.
That's a lot of points.
It also helped that the other team failed to field a jammer and half their blockers.
That would make it easier.
Yes.
But still,
back
a
in the
lot
days
of
where
points.
you were still allowed to do that.
Right.
The penalty was that the other team would just run up the score on you.
Yes.
I think after that they changed the rules.
Miracle Whips jamming against Scald Eagle. Large pileup leads to Scald Eagle landing out of bounds. Miracle Whip stays in, but trapped at the front.
Gobrecht and company doing good work there. And 1 to beat for Scald Eagle. Scald Eagle through.
Lead jammer. Scald Eagle, each team shedding a blocker. Low rider on the direction penalty, and Gobrecht with illegal contact.
Alcatraz, enough of a force out that Scald Eagle just had to call it there.
For coach like, I'm going to go pick up this pivot helmet cover that's just lying on the ground and take it back to my player. Skater in the penalty box. Kind of important.
Yes. All right, next up, that is Klein and Donata.
Ooh, nice work. Klein forced out. Monge once again with the roll back and almost. Klein in.
Klein colliding with a ref in the middle of the track there, but no penalty assessed.
Nope, doesn't matter. I think understood she's knocked in.
And Klein has been given lead jammer status, but Monge with the huge force out.
Yeah, Monge's playing excellent jammer defense. Like, I'm going to be on you the whole time. Meanwhile, Chinaski off to the penalty box for the illegal position, sitting in the Laughing Planet penalty box.
And now Ryder.
Klein.
A nice force out there on Klein, but Klein now finally through. That was not a scoring pass.
Nope.
That was still the initial.
Second half of the initial pass. Donata forced out of bounds, but a penalty called, and Donata finally able to break free just as Klein comes through, calls off the jam.
And saves Donata the effort of putting on the star.
That brings us to 48-11. Denver in the lead, 18:30 to go in the period, not the game. I'd say it's been a long day, but it's only the second game for me, so I really shouldn't complain.
I'd like to thank Two Town Cider, damn fine cider made here in the Pacific Northwest.
And I will concur, damn fine cider.
All right, there we go. That is Chloe David, who has Montreal's largest point score with 9 so far. So, oh, wow. Alcatraz, great force out and the recycle.
Chloe David, did the feet stay in bounds? Apparently so, yes.
Actually, I think Chloe David's feet were out of bounds, but so were Scared to Death. So
there you go. Did get the 4 points. Got to continue skating.
that's the important part at this point.
Back on scoring pass number 2.
That was good work there right at the end by, I can't read the number, I'm not gonna. Too much hair covering that number.
I think that's Coyote. Meanwhile, Cotton has finally cleared the pack. It's rolling in. It's Chloe David on the 3rd scoring pass. 8 total on the jam. And
wow, Cotton just threw.
Yeah.
And there's the call off.
Let the pack sneak in the corner. Chloe David, 2 more, 10 total. Now has a 9 and a 10.
52-21 is your score, about getting close to the halfway mark here in the first period.
I'd like to thank Rebel Heart Therapy, individual and relational therapy for Portland's Black Sheep and Unicorns.
And we have a team timeout being called by Denver, it looks like.
Yes.
This team timeout brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. This is an interesting timeout.
Yeah, it seems, that maybe they're figuring they won't need to use it later.
I mean, it's very possible.
Or they're just like, it's a long weekend. Let's take a little break. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Denver Mile High Club, 5 total penalties. New skids on the block for Montreal, 7.
Bigly Smalls with 3.
Yeah, 3 in the first 3 jams. And then clean since then. So it's a little more penalty action than you're looking for in the first 3 jams of a game.
Oh, yeah.
But that's all right. We would like to thank the following sponsors: Portland Vital Signs, Reverend's Barbecue, Porque No Taqueria, and Two Rivers Mortgage. Porque, yes.
Porque, absolutely. All right, here we go. That is Falcon Punch, Miss T Maven. Miss T Maven up to the front, doing a little bit of a shirt whip there. And grabs lead jammer. Falcon Punch collided with, there's a track cut. Well, never mind. All right.
Collision schmollision. Power Jam, Misty Maven at 4 points already now sliding out. Oh, that was a nice late hip check to spin things out. The pack's super stretched.
That was Bigley Smalls with that force out.
And Maj on the full run back. Direction play.
That sends Alcatraz to the box.
And Misty Maven clears out.
And Falcon Punch released from the box. Denver getting ready for that. Double 90 or 0.99. Chinaski with that force out and run back.
And Misty Maven finally out the front. Third pass complete, 12 on the jam. Falcon Punch still, and as I say still, finally clears the pack. 38 seconds to go in the jam. And Misty Maven says, that's enough of that. Call off the jam, no more points, but 12 is enough for now. Takes us to 64-22. 42-point game.
I feel like maybe that timeout was Denver's attempt to kill Montreal's momentum, and it worked.
Yeah.
All right, we got Miracle Whips and Scald Eagle.
Scald Eagle following, scare it to death through the pack, grabs lead jammer.
And Grayson out of the box creates an offense hole for Miracle Whips. Wow, Scald Eagle doing Scald Eagle things.
Exactly. Gets the points, calls off the jam. Holds Miracle Whip scoreless. Now we're 68-22, 14-15 to go in the first period. Denver sending Klein back out to the jam on Hawthorne jammer line.
Up against Donata. Bigley Smalls teasing the Denver jammer. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, that was
a track cut too, but it was fun to watch.
It was super fun to watch, and I think that Donata must have thought the toes didn't touch down out of bounds.
They definitely
like
did.
The old, I'm lying on top of someone else, so I'm not down.
I feel like it wasn't even so much lying on top, like Bigley, or just like pulled Donata over while falling down. That was just entertaining to watch, if nothing else.
Sort of a horizontal whip maneuver. Klein calls off the jam.
That was definitely a first for me. All right.
Yes, so now Montreal again full penalty box. Donata serving the cut track. Bigley Smalls. And I think that's Artichoke.
Yes. That's
it's going to be a little tricky.
And timeout being called by Montreal.
Also probably a good choice as they kind of maybe regroup a little, take a breath.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to sort of settle down. And
12:55 to go in the first period. 70-22, Denver in the lead. Let's thank Liquid Death. Liquid Death, if you know, you know. If you don't know, I guess you get some and then you will know?
Yes,
okay.
That would be the best way to do it.
That's good.
I would highly recommend the Bury It Alive Liquid Death. That would be my personal favorite.
All right. So we're also sponsored by Secret Aardvark, the local-made flavor that kicks you in the mouth. So where does Liquid Death versus Secret Aardvark land? If we're going to do a head-to-head competition of all sponsors in sort of a bracketed tournament.
Depends on how much you like spicy food.
All right.
If you're a big fan of the spicy, then I think Secret Aardvark should win that one out.
Going to kick you more? All right.
Yeah.
So back out, Cotton, power start. Donata standing in the penalty box. Cotton skating through the pack to grab lead jammer.
With that 4-2 pack advantage, it was easy for Cotton to pick their way through.
Yes. And now slide through easily as well, getting around Lowrider. Denata back out of the box.
Oh, wow.
Almost.
That was artsy choke that shut down that apex jump.
Yeah, it's RT. Both blockers for the new skids out of the box.
Wow, the offense there from Scarra to death just blew up that tripod.
And Gobrecht in that, picking up a leg block penalty. It's off to the box, and Denata finally completes the initial pass. Cotton pushing at the back, slides to the inside, checks with the bench. Bench is like, nah, wait, now call it off. So 2 points for Cotton on that last pass. 10 total, takes us to 81.
And with 22 for Montreal. Gobrecht on their third penalty, and Bigley Smalls at 4. I believe those are the only 2 skaters in penalty trouble at the moment.
Yep, and Coyote picking up an illegal position penalty, but has to stay on the track because there's no room in the Laughing Planet penalty box. As Gobrecht and Scarra to death, occupying the seats.
We'll see Chloe David and Miss T Maven.
And we've got an official timeout brought to you by Dib Camp Stabor. Welcome to PDX. If you're ready to move to Barland and join Rose City Rollers, let Welcome to PDX help you find a home. Much umpire chatter, referee chatter, I guess. I'm reading Ump's name on the back of his shirt.
Umpires, yeah.
Not quite the same. All right, Ump, let's go. Finish the talking. Let's get back to the roller derbying. Jeez.
Less talk, more skate.
I guess we could mention who our officials are. Your non-skating officials: Queen of Catitude, Doof Warrior, Talia Up, Flourish, 9 Inch Wheels, Decider, Amy Farrell Fowler, Millie Dread, and Rita Slayworth. And the skating officials: Ninja Sassim, Umpire Strikes Back, Carmen Dragon, Doesn't Matter, Adam Splitter, Darth Bling, Smush, and Goldie. And on the microphone, I'm Scott Chicken.
I'm Puns and Roses.
There you go. We sort of forgot that at the beginning.
We were a little bit busy.
It was that we don't finish the intros, let's just start the game part that threw everything off.
Yes. And Miss T Maven.
Oh,
Denata. Nice. Great work there. Oh, wow. Coyote just shutting down Denata. And Coyote heading to the box. Denata, your lead jammer.
It's Chloe David, actually.
Or Chloe.
They swapped them out. Ends
Why
in a
do I
9.
keep-
It's almost the same.
Yes, my bad. I
all right.
apologize. Chloe David, that was all me being dumb. Chloe David. And that is Miss T Maven on a track cut. So Chloe David, who has been the point scorer so far for the new skids, has 4 already.
And
Wow.
nice little slow, gentle slide through the pack to pick up 4 more points. It was good work, Denver, keeping running ahead. Like, stretch the pack out as much as possible. Now the new skids have caught 949 Coyote at the back and trying to, like, let's bring the pack back together and make it an actual pack.
And Miss T Maven back on the track. So new skids. Oh, here comes some offense.
Yes,
That's Magnum PEI.
Yeah, out of the box and straight into the, I'm going to just knock people around. Now rolling to the front to play a little defense if Misty Maven gets through. As everybody jammed up. Chloe David.
Up to the front. Gets a little push from Monge. And
Chloe David not quite able. Good outside control. Wasn't the catch. Who is that? Oh, that's California.
yeah,
It's
California
like, wait a
there.
minute. I know that face. California holding that outside lane, finally letting Chloe David go through. So now
12 points.
So a
And
9 to 10 and a
Monge,
12.
wow. Monge letting Misty Maven go. Slow it down, slow it down, slow it down.
Steve Evans like, I'm just going to stay here and play some defense because not enough time not to.
Yep. So that was a 14-point jam. So correct me if I'm wrong here, but Chloe David has accounted for 33 of Montreal's 36 points.
Yes, I think so. I think Chloe David has all but, oh, this isn't showing me what I want to see. Yeah, I think all but 2 of their points, something along those lines.
All right, here we go. That is Falcon Punch and Scald Eagle, the bird matchup.
And the Eagle wins that little contest, which, I mean, really, an Eagle's a lot bigger than nature is going to potentially beat a Falcon.
And Falcon Punch to the box on a high block.
That was an interesting contact. Sort of rolled over the back of the other skater, which
that was Chinaski, who is also in the box. Yes, for a forearm.
All right.
So mutual penalties there. Of course, that was a jammer penalty for a blocker penalty, which I think is a trade that Denver will take every time.
Yes.
That Scald Eagle thing.
That was, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how do you jump on that line and keep in bounds? Apparently like that.
Yeah.
On the power jam, 8 points total for Scald Eagle.
And Falcon Punch. Oh, Scald doing a reverse apex jump? Oh, Falcon Punch with a beautiful apex jump, but does not stick the landing.
Not in time.
And Denver with a lot of forearm penalties that particular. So California serving one. Glitteris and Chinaski each picked up a forearm.
It's the preferred penalty of all. Because you're in the big scrum, you know, arms move around.
Yes. All right, here we go. Miracle Whips and Klein are your jammers. Miracle Whips doing a little defensive jamming there. And Miracle Whips up to the front, 1 to beat.
Works around Coyote, grabs lead jammer. Klein, star in hand, caught at the back. No pivot to hand it to because California sitting in the penalty box for that forearm penalty.
And that is a forearm on Coyote. And Klein is through. And Miracle Whip says, may I score some points? Well, that was
that's a way through.
Athletic.
Yeah. Miracle Whips, checks, waits, time, slows. Watches Klein. Calls off the jam. Klein not able to pick any up. So a 4-0 run.
And the official review being called by the Mile High Club. This official review brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers.
I'm going to guess. Oh, we did have 2 points.
Yep, 2
for
points
Rose
there for Denver there. So that
Denver, rather, yes. So
brings them to 94 to 40 for the new Skids.
And what are we guessing this for official review? I'm going to guess it's the jump and then the hitting the skater who was sort of out of bounds and kind of down. But we don't have for official, you don't have like a replay, so you can't just like run it back and forth and back and forth. That'd be pretty
so
sweet.
Nice.
Get a little telestrator action going. So instead, all we can do is thank sponsors. We'd like to thank Shebop, Menopause Northwest, Biggs Chicken, and Fran's Bakery. Although I don't think you're throwing any bread today, are you?
Actually,
Are you?
I saw a rack of bread down below. So
Best promotion in roller derby, in my opinion.
It really is.
Just when in doubt, hurl loaves of bread at the crowd. See who you can knock over.
Yeah. And I'm not going to lie, I think I've caught a couple people in the face when they weren't looking.
I would assume if you were in the throwing of the bread, you're going to aim for people who aren't looking, right?
Well,
Maybe not
I mean,
officially.
I'm trying to throw to like
They're
people who
supposed
are,
to catch
but there's
it.
so many people looking in so many different directions that, yeah, it's inevitable that someone's going to take a loaf in the schnoz. Oh, here
All
we
right,
go.
here's the word.
Denver is requesting a head block against white 8-5.
Well, I was wrong, so there
Yeah.
you go.
Head block against Artsy Choke. That's okay.
Artsy Choke sitting with 1 penalty. Bigley Smalls at 4 now, and Gobrecht has 3 on the Denver side.
13 total penalties for Mile High, 15 total for the New Skids.
And merch, not at all related to the penalties. But we've got new merch. Head to the website to get all your Rose City Rollers swag and rep your favorite teams. So head over to rosecityrollers.com, click on the merch link. Or if you're in the Portland area and you're planning to come tomorrow, you just go over to the booth and buy it in person.
Yeah. And not only RCR merch, but there's some great merch from the visiting teams. I already picked up a VRDL shirt.
I was just thinking, like I was looking in the drawer, I'm like, wow, my VRDL shirt is really old and really ratty. I should probably restock.
Yeah. It's my 3rd VRDL shirt. I mean, I didn't need another roller derby t-shirt because I've already got like 50, but you know, at that point, you know, you just keep going.
Yeah, what the heck. And looking ahead to next spring, Dallas Derby Devils hosting the Clover Cup, March 2024 in North Richland Hills, Texas. Register tickets and info at clovercup.com. I have never been to Clover Cup, but I have watched.
And here's Ninja.
We will be issuing a low block to white 8-5. Denver does retain their official review.
So they were going for the head block, and they got the low block, which is the opposite end of the body by my understanding of human anatomy.
Yes, that does seem to be.
Either way, they get a penalty out of the thing. Now,
and they retain their official review.
I was going to say, since it's a different penalty, do they say, sorry, you lose it because you didn't call it right? Apparently, no. Yeah. Because the referees are nicer than me. All right, 151, Cotton jamming against 1969, De Nada.
And Cotton up to the front. Oh, De Nada forced out at the last second. I think that was scared to death. He's been having a great bout. And De Nada through the pack like it's nothing.
Just no big deal. I like that both jammers both cut right across the middle. Like, we got knocked to the infield. We got to get out of bounds. We'll just shortest path possible. Cotton almost, but just chipped out of bounds. As both teams now back to full strength.
And scared to death once again with the force out. There's the call off.
3 points for De Nada. 4 points for Cotton. Denver with the steal now 99-43. 5:20 to go in the period.
And Misty Maven and Chloe David, a little bit of a high five there. Always nice to see.
Misty Maven was kind of grooving to the Backstreet Boys there for a second, too. And then, oh my God, that was a beautiful cut.
Wow, and Chloe David, though, right on Misty Maven's heels.
And then Misty Maven runs into the unstoppable wall, unmovable wall.
Wow.
That was
Misty Maven's going to feel that one in the morning.
That was getting smushed between Magnum PEI and Mosh.
And Denver hitting triple digits.
Still 43 on the New Skids side from Montreal. And we are back with Scald Eagle.
And that is Falcon Punch.
Yep. Again, staying with the bird lineup. Scald Eagle dancing up the outside. Gets it. I like that that skateboard kick move there. Like, I'm not going to lift the outside foot because I might step out of bounds. We'll just kick along.
I mean, it's just such a Scald Eagle move. While Falcon Punch not able to land that apex jump. 3-0 on that jam.
Yeah, Denver doing a great job of, we saw this with VRDL in the last game as well, of that control game, get lead, get some points, keep the other team off the board. Like, they aren't playing the run it up game just unless they're continuing to trap them, but anybody gets out, they are holding it up.
And we have an official review, this time from Montreal. This official review brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, official realtor of the Rose City Rollers.
And while the referees talk, I will thank 187 Killer Pads. Often imitated, never duplicated. Stick with the best. 187 Killer Pads, the exclusive protective gear sponsor of our Rose City Rollers. And if you are enjoying the bout tonight, which hopefully you are,
Montreal is requesting a late hit penalty on Denver 949.
all right, late hit. The request on Coyote. Now I'll get back to the plug. If you're enjoying watching from home, and we hope you are, or from wherever you're watching, you know, you got a phone, you can watch anywhere you want. Don't forget to tag at Rose City Rollers in your social media posts about the Hometown Throwdown. Looking ahead to tomorrow, the winner of this game will play the winner of our next game. Next game, Wheels of Justice versus Black Diaspora. That game will be tomorrow, that winner versus winner game tomorrow evening at 7:30 p.m. Loser of this game will face the loser of Wheels of Justice or Black Diaspora tomorrow afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Nice of you guys to schedule a tournament on the
No
weekend when
additional
time
penalty
changes.
will be given. Montreal does not retain.
All right. So Rose still, yes. Or Denver still has their official review. We got 3:30 to go. 104.43. Miracle Whips Klein on the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line.
And Miracle Whips once again doing a little defensive jamming. Bailey Smalls doing good work up there, but Klein able to get through. Miracle Whips fakes the pass. California reads that though. Now stuck behind Kraken and company.
Kraken Company, a sitcom starring Seattle's NHL hockey team. Miracle Whips trying to jump the apex shoulder to the infield. Klein.
Chinaski with the force out. Klein going nowhere. Montreal, big force out behind Bigley Smalls.
And a long roll back. Denver coaches yelling out 1 minute, 1 minute. I'm assuming letting Klein know how much time on the clock, not a, hey, we'd like to take a minute.
Right. And Monge heading to the box, so no pivot for Whips to pass that to.
Chinaski also to the penalty box.
High block, that's Klein going to the box.
Ooh.
So this will be a full 2-minute jam for the next, 28 seconds. Miracle Whips going airborne. Oh, stuck the landing, but has to come back after drifting out of bounds.
Yes. Still a lovely jump.
Yes. Oh, great
Miracle Whips.
offense.
Miracle Whip's super smooth motion all the time. Just like.
And then Kraken with some exquisite defense.
Whips holds up the hand like, time's out. I'm not even going to attempt this. I'm going back to the bench. There's no point.
Yeah.
Did get all 4 points because, again, landed that jump, but just momentum pulling out of bounds. So 108.47 with 1:12 to go in the period. Time for one more jam. And Klein still standing up in the penalty box.
And Chloe David looking for lead jammer. And finding it. Still Montreal's biggest point scorer.
Klein out of the penalty box and through. Star in hand puts it on the helmet. We're down to 35 seconds, now 30 seconds to go in the period.
Oh,
Klein almost, but
that was just
the angle
stopped
off.
by Wow Ryder.
Meanwhile, Chloe David side to side, but excellent tripod work. Locked down by Coyote on the kickstand position. Just not letting anything go anywhere. As Taryn and Gobrecht helping out, sliding back and forth. Now more of a string of blockers in a row. Maj comes in to provide a little offense. And Klein comes through with 4 points.
And Chloe David recycled.
Period clock is done. Chloe David taps the hips, calls off the jam. Did get 4. So a jam tie, 112.51.
And we will be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you for watching. See you soon.
All right, back from intermission.
Back for more.
Woo! So as you mentioned earlier, we were talking about points and the number that Chloe David had, 38 of the 51 Montreal points.
That is a
belonging
huge
to Chloe
percentage.
David. That is a very large percentage. Yeah, she said lead 80% of the time of the jams, apparently. Scald Eagle leading the way for Denver with 45, but
and 100% lead percentage.
Yeah, but Cotton, Misty, Maven, and Klein all fairly close, 19, 22, 26 in the mix.
All right, that looks like Denata, I believe.
It does. And
Misty
that looks like
Maven,
Evil
I think?
X. No,
Oh,
it's
oh,
New
Evil X.
Jammer. New Jammer. Woohoo! Nobody in the Laughing Planet penalty box.
And Evil X just stealing your stuff.
And then throwing it on the lawn and setting it on fire.
Exactly.
And potentially getting some points.
Yes.
Denata does clear.
Coming in for a scoring pass. There's the call off just in time.
Yes.
And that is 3 points for Evil X.
That will take Denver to 115. Montreal held to 51.
Almost a palindrome.
Oh, yeah, close. There's Misty Maven.
I'm a nerd who loves palindromes. All right, Misty Maven.
Don't have Radar as a sponsor, so we don't have to pay attention to it.
And that is Falcon Punch. Falcon Punch looks for the inside lane. One to beat your lead jammer.
Nice work, Falcon Punch. Denver with Glitterous sitting in the Laughing Planet penalty box.
Misty Maven out, and there is Falcon Punch with a lovely spin move to get that last point. clearing the hips of Gobrecht.
And now 55 for Montreal. As Miracle Whips out to jam against Scald Eagle. New Skids full strength. Denver one shy in the pack. Last minute jockeying. As Denver tries to get roll back and get right in the way of Miracle Whips. And doing it pretty successfully as well.
Yes. Pack is clear. Glitter is out of the box. Breaking the... Oh, wow. Great work by the New Skids. Alcatraz, long recycle.
Yeah, great offense by Glitterous, though. That was almost perfect.
Yes.
Out of the penalty box, sneak attack. Pack opening up.
Wow. Scald Eagle gets lead jammer, but now is skating back behind Alcatraz once again, along with KT Kaboom. Miracle Whips. One to beat is through, but is not lead. Scald's going to call that.
Yes, indeed. As Miracle Whips was on the scoring pass, Scald Eagle still on the second run of the initial.
That's got to be frustrating for a jammer.
Super frustrating. So 0-0-1, we stay 115 to 55.
And this will be Chloe David taking the line against Klein on that Jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast.
It
isn't like a friendly breakfast. One of these trips I will have to go, because I've been reading that plug for like 4 years, and I still I've yet to make it there.
Oh! Scared to death with a great force out. And Klein with 4 points.
Klein with a great I'm going to ignore all that nonsense on the inside of the track and take the outside path.
I know we're not doing MVPs or anything like that, but I tell you, I would give Scared to Death the MVP blocker for Denver. Just everywhere today.
Chloe David finally clear. Klein with 8 points so far and coming in on the third pass. Calls off the jam before Chloe David
just
can get
in
back.
time.
Denver again, great at eating clock. Like, just wait until you're just about there. So 10 total for Klein, 125-55. And we're rolling 25 minutes and change to go in the game this time.
Yes.
Now that I'm aware that we have 2 halves.
And here comes Falcon Punch and
151 Cotton. Cotton. Almost through, but Falcon Punch, second lead jam of the half.
And Cotton looking for a short whip off the Coyote. And Falcon Punch grabs 3. No pass, no penalty on that last one. And Montreal looking to just run this. I mean, at this point you're behind.
Exactly.
Point differential does matter for some. I mean, not for this tournament, but
no,
for
but
your
in the overall rankings.
Overall rankings.
I have not read the new formula, so I will not comment on what matters to what.
Okay, so actually maybe point differential doesn't matter.
I think it does, but
I'm sure
I don't.
Usually does.
Somewhat. I'm sure in the chat that we can't see because we don't have the YouTube up. Hopefully there's lots of explanation in chat about that. Because
hopefully there's a nerd out there who's like, yes, it does matter.
What is the internet if not for chat?
And official review from the Mile High Club.
All right.
I'm going to guess they're looking for a jammer penalty.
Probably a safe guess. It was an 8-7 Denver jam win, 133-62.
Which is impressive since they did not have lead jammer.
Exactly. A case where running long didn't quite work out. Hey, let's thank Rogue Ales and Spirits, world-class ales, lagers, spirits, and canned cocktails made right here in Oregon. And if you're, for some reason, watching the YouTube broadcast inside the venue, you can get that all at the concession stand.
Or you could just come to the venue and just get it there.
That's true. If you're at home and you're like, maybe I should just go down just for the Rogue Ales and Spirits. Never mind the roller derby tournament. I can watch that on my phone. All right.
Denver is requesting a call on white jammer 6-6 from Montreal.
Hey, you win the prize for guessing jammer penalty.
It's an easy guess.
It's pretty true. Pretty true. Let's thank ZoomCare. It's the healthcare you need, where, when, and how you want it. ZoomCare.com.
And also the sponsor of our scoreboard.
Play hard, recover faster. ZoomCare. All right, let's hear it. That was a quick review.
Montreal white 6-6 will start in the box as a jammer. Denver retains the official review.
Ooh,
Wow.
penalty
Denver
granted.
2 for 2 tonight. That's That's crazy.
They did not. They didn't give a second official review in the first half, so the full muffin option is off the table. But that's all right. Or maybe it's the full inspector because I think he changed his name.
Muffin.
Yes. Legendary 4 for 4 official review caller.
That's pretty impressive.
All right, Misty Maven. Power start, lead jammer.
And some definite great offensive help there from Gobrecht.
Falcon Punch, by the way, called for a cut track penalty in that last jam, or at least it's recorded as a cut track, so we'll assume that's what it was.
That was what Ninja Sassum said.
All right.
I appreciate that very clear
Yes, Ninja.
from Ninja.
Good with the conversation, unlike me whacking the microphone with my pen.
Oh, here comes Falcon Punch. Through
Out
on the
and
initial. Wow.
Very quick. Misty Maven's like, yeah, I'm just going to call that off then. So no points for Falcon Punch. Jam ref conferring on the outside before saying, yes, that was 4 points for Misty Maven.
All right.
137 to 62. 23 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And hey, it's Scald Eagle again.
Jamming against Denata, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Just Scald Eagle both fast and straightaway, but super quick off the line.
Yes.
Just like, especially as the pack is not right up against it, right? That, like, normally you don't get that much of a run, but when it's possible, bring in the speed and now the lead.
Credit to Blue Button, the Montreal defense, for holding up Scald for a good 20 seconds, though.
Yes. And now holding Scald again after having slowed things down and caught her at the front of the pack. Denata, cap in hand, caught at the back, and Scald Eagle through with 4 points.
Denata does not have a pivot to give that cap to at the moment.
True, Alcatraz standing in the penalty box, now released.
Lau Ryder, great force out, but Scald Eagle so fast on the recovery there. And there's the whip by Alcatraz.
See, I'm tripping, I'm grabbing your shirt, and I'm like, are you going to hand off the star? No, just going to pull through.
I like it.
It worked. Scald Eagle calls off the jam, grabs 2 on the last pass, 10 total on the jam, 147-62. We reset Denver again at the pivot line. Montreal lining up on the jammer line, there to support their jammer, Miracle Whips.
Facing off against Klein.
And Klein wins the battle through. 3 straight lead jams for Denver.
And Miracle Whips about a third of the track behind.
Oh, man, Coyote. That just-in-time hip check to open the outside lane.
That was,
Sure, it goes to the penalty box for the direction of play, but you get 4 points out of it, so what the heck?
yeah, that's There are bad penalties and there are good penalties.
Yes.
That's a good penalty.
That is Coyote's third. So not in danger at all
Yeah.
of fouling out.
21 minutes left. That's plenty of penalties to give.
Back up, Chloe David. Jamming against Cotton. And
Chloe David.
grabs lead. Gets away from Chinaski. He's trying to knock Chloe David out. This time, successful.
And Chloe David gets some help from She's Greater.
Meanwhile, Cotton forced out of bounds and rolled back, caught up again on the tripod.
And She's Greater sent to the box on a direction penalty. Chloe David forced out, quickly jumped back in.
And Cotton finally clears. Chloe David had that like holding up with one hand out of bounds. Thought that she was going to be able to stay in bounds. Not quite able to. Calls off the jam.
Oh, but not in time.
Oh, a 3-3 steal by Denver.
Cotton just got in there right at the last second. I don't think that's going to materially affect the
Outcome of the game?
outcome, but
Probably not.
I feel like it's probably
What
an
a heartbreaker.
irritation for
Right?
Montreal.
Yeah,
there.
like, we had the 3 points. Had it, lost it.
Falcon Punch, Misty Maven. Oh, wow. Misty Maven. Bigly Smalls just sniffed that out and just.
And Missy Maven's like, fine, I will just juke and stay on the ground this time. Meanwhile, Falcon Punch heading to the penalty box.
That is Falcon Punch's third, I believe.
Fourth.
Fourth.
actually.
Oof.
Yes. So Misty Maven caught up between Monge and is it Grayson up at the front? Didn't catch the number. Either way, able to get past for 4.
They've got Cheese Grater trapped at the back.
And now able to break out. Once again, Monge teaming up with Grayson. Oh, Grayson heading to the penalty box. That was their third for the illegal position. And Misty Maven through with another 4. 8 total so far on the jam. Falcon Punch out of the box.
And Falcon Punch sneaks in for 2. That's why you play to the fourth whistle.
Yes, indeed. So an 11-2 run, 165-67. 98-point game.
Or a 2-2 jam if you're counting 1 in Roman numerals.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Sure. Somebody should build a Roman numeral scoreboard.
Oh, that would be so irritating.
Yes.
And that is lead jam going to Miracle Whips, but Scald Eagles up at the front. Miracle Whips got. I think this beat. No, Miracle
then
Whips
she
pulled the
pulls off
star. Oh,
I
no.
don't think Whips realized that she was lead.
Oh, so there is no lead jam. This will go the full 2 minutes.
Yep.
For better or for worse. Wow. That's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
What I love is the step.
I mean, that's one of those where you're called lead before you feel like you're outside of the pack, right? Like was in front of the other team, but not in front of everybody on your team, and then like easy to not look at the jam ref. I'm assuming this from the guy that's never been a jammer. All right, Scald Eagle, 2 passes down.
And Scald Eagle, wow, just doing more Scald Eagle things.
Just a little, I'll step over your hip. It's okay. Third pass done, 12 total. Miracle Whips still on the end of the initial pass, I believe, as Scald now up to 16 on the jam.
Wow.
This is
Now,
definitely
I believe this is a scoring pass for Miracle Whips.
Is it? All right, could be.
And Scald
Very
through
possible.
again.
This is the largest jam score for a team in the game. with 20 at this point and pushing towards 24 now with 22 seconds to go in the jam. Miracle Whip's trying to play defense, but hard to do when you're stationary, and Skull Eagle is coming at speed, but just enough. Force out. And Skull's like, there's 3 seconds left. I'm not putting in the effort. Miracle Whips does get 4. And did Skull Eagle get more on that last pass? I don't think so, right? Because they bump out of bounds. Oh, wait, we do have conversation. 2. A 26-point jam.
I believe that is our base of the day.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, probably biggest. I didn't see the first game, but yeah, that feels, that's a large jam.
Yes.
In the current no jammer point era.
And here we go, Chloe David and Klein. Chloe David up. That was, I believe, Taryn with that force out.
Klein scrambling at the front. Monge at the front to slow things down. And Chloe David able to get free. Lead jammer.
Good work there by Monge to create that opportunity.
Yes. Monge and Bigley Smalls teaming up at the end. And now Monge heads to the penalty box. You got Magnum PEI sitting a high block already, and Monge on the direction of play.
So that's a 4-2 pack advantage for Denver. So 4-4 on the board right now.
And Denver swinging to the front as Montreal can't really afford to send anyone off on offense, because they need Bigley and Grayson both to play defense against Chloe David, or against Klein rather, and Klein making quick work. Chloe David bouncing off Coyote.
I would even say Klein made short work of that, which is a pun only if you know German.
Yes. All right, 12-8. Klein with the lead as New Skid's back to even now, 3-on-3.
Nope, lose to Magnum PEI.
Oh, Magnum PEI, that's 2 penalties in the jam. However, they're still only on 4, or 3 rather. Klein, yeah.
Just dumped Klein to the infield. Chloe David looking for
ways to get past as time ticks down, steps up the inside, does break free with the third pass, calls off the jam with like a 1.5 left.
And that was a 12-12 jam, bringing Denver to 203, Montreal to 83.
So we're at 207. As, I think Klein got 4 more actually on that last run, so 16-12. It's like Klein was a lap ahead at a point. And now we regroup. Cotton jamming for Denver. Falcon Punch with the star for Montreal.
And that is a multiplayer on
8,000
California.
Yeah.
And Falcon Punch, your lead jammer. Here comes Cotton, though.
Take it down to 12 minutes to go in the game.
3-2 in the pack.
And everybody's running. Let's just keep going. Montreal's like, let's just run until we get our blockers out of the box, and then we can slow things down maybe. So at this point, I'm like, Magnum PEI, why are you chasing? I guess you gotta chase, right?
Yeah.
To catch back up. Never
Otherwise,
mind.
you get a track cut.
It took a long enough time for me to figure this one out. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
Alcatraz, good work there. 4-4 on that jam so far.
And now the pack slows down a bit. And then Montreal's like, now let's run it again. It's
their jammer has a good enough lead that she can get some points off of this. There's the call off just in time.
So 3 points up for Falcon Punch. 7-4 takes us to 211 to 90.
we can make like an outro at any point during the song.
And we will, I'm going to guess somebody's about to call a timeout because there is a whole lack of a Denver team on the track.
Yep,
Oh, there's the coach.
you are correct.
10:45, Denver calls a timeout.
Timeout brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Welcome to PDX.
And we will thank 888, certified sweat saver helmet from 888, designed for derby, vert ramps, and everything in between. I didn't realize that derby and vert ramps were the extremes of skating that needs a helmet, but apparently they are.
I mean,
Dranks.
baby,
I don't know. Hey, whatever.
I could barely stand on skates, so
yeah.
I'll defer to literally anybody else.
We also want to thank the Laurelhurst Theater, bringing the best of classic and modern cinema to Portland.
Big fan of Laurelhurst Theater.
And let's thank the following sponsors: Dye My Darling Hair Salon, Lionheart Kombucha, the Portland Mercury, and Guayaki Yerba Mate.
Dye My Darling is Mrs. Puns approved.
All right. Good to know.
All right, here we go. Denata, Misty Maven. So Denver jammed Evil X just the one time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just to start things off for the half.
Ooh. Denata just getting pounded.
Taking the hips to the midsection, but no, shake it off. Keep going. And grab lead. What the hey?
Misty Maven gesticulating wildly at the bench.
Oh, Denata rolled out of bounds, but out of play, or forearm, actually, the call.
So that sends Coyote to the box. And Scared to Death is also in the queue for the box.
Gobrecht standing in the box, and that lets Scared to Death
Wow, Taryn,
into the box.
only blocker out there.
I like that Monch is helping make the call. That was a penalty, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. All right.
And Taryn headed the box.
Yep. Had to wait for someone to stand up. Meanwhile, finally, Bigley Smalls also in the box. This is just penalty box jam. Let's never mind the fact that both Denata and Misty Maven have made 2 scoring passes each. And now Denata on the third for 12. And Misty Maven following through. Because with this much churn in and out of the penalty box, it's a little easier for the jammers to get through.
Yes.
Oh, good work by Denata, keeping the body and the hip inbounds and just propping with the arm outside. Thereby remaining legally inbounds and picking up 4 more points. 16 total. That is the largest jam for Montreal for the game.
And Misty Maven also at 16.
Mojma and El Cool keeping Misty Maven in control.
So that is a 19-16 jam. That is a lot of points.
Yeah, it is. 227 to 109.
Hey, Montreal in triple digits now.
Yeah. Kind of picking things up and figure that was a good use of run long. 1 by 3 and narrow things slightly.
Bigley Smalls and Gobrecht both at 5 with 8 minutes left on the penalty count.
Hey, look, Evil X is back on the jammer line.
Oh, yeah. Evil X versus Miracle Whips.
And Miracle Whips with lead and knows it this time and is not pulling the star off the helmet.
And Evil X forced out by Cheese Grater.
Cheese Grater then rolling forward to bridge and maybe provide some offense, but mostly just bridge.
And Glitterous with a big force out. There's the call. Evil X with the apex jump, but did not stick the landing in time.
So 4-0 for Miracle Whips. That takes Montreal to 113, Denver 227. Scald Eagle back out to jam for Denver.
facing off against Chloe David. The two most successful jammers for each squad taking on each other.
Yes, Chloe David still leading despite that 19 points in that earlier jam.
And Chloe David, your lead jammer. And Scald Eagle has pulled the cap. You don't see that very often.
No. Pivot Gobrecht, not really looking to grab it. Now maybe starting to make a move,
I mean,
but not so much.
there's not many pivots that would be an even trade.
Right.
I'm struggling to think of any pivot that I would trade for Scald Eagle, but
Yes. Chloe David pushing at the front.
oh, Monge staying. Oh, wow. That was great work by Grace and Monge. And there goes Scald Eagle. Well, yeah, running over somebody. That just looked unfortunate.
Yes, I think that was Bigley Smalls who was up at the front trying to provide some offense and just facing, in this case, the wrong direction when Scald Eagle is coming at you full bore. So an 8-0 jam.
And it's
For Montreal.
timeout being called by Montreal.
Official review, no less.
Oh, all right.
227, 121. 106-point game, 5:55 to go.
Looking for a high block on Scald Eagle in that last one. That's my guess.
Yeah, that would be possible. I'm gonna bet they'll say no because the shoulder contact at the sternum is the guess. That's just the guess. Speaking of dyes, Ritual Dyes is a unique shop and dye studio in Southeast Portland, owned by Rose City Rose Petal's parent. Another proud sponsor.
Montreal is requesting a high block on Denver Jammer 5-0.
All right.
I called it.
Hans is now on fire. That's what 2 for 2 in calling what the
Well, last time I just said they were going to go
You
for
did-
like just a generic penalty. This time
You narrowed
I
it
actually
down.
called the penalty. I
Hans
think you're
calling
right.
the
I don't
shots.
think they're going to get it, but
And that was quick. another quick walk in, walk back out.
yeah. I just feel like Babe Ruth calling the home run.
Yes.
Little coach fist bump. And Ninja, here we go.
Montreal wins their official review. Blue 5-0 will start in the box.
Wow.
as the
All right.
jammer.
Well, we were completely wrong on our angle. All right. So high block for Scald Eagle. Will start in the penalty box, and out comes Falcon Punch. So we're back to the
bird jam.
The bird jam. Both teams full strength in the pack.
Now it's just a matter of getting bodies on bodies to create those openings.
Or if you're Denver, to run away. Did not run super far though, because
No.
the
Stuck.
Montreal trying to capture California at the back to hold on. Falcon Punch. Oh,
wow.
just enough angle to bump into the infield. Almost was clear, but not quite. And now ducks underneath and grabs lead jammer.
Great acceleration there. But great defense by Denver to kill almost the
Yes.
entirety of that penalty.
Scald Eagle now out. Helmet cover in hand.
And KT Kaboom and Company trying to contain Scald Eagle. And there goes Scald. You know, you take what you can get.
Alcatraz in the penalty box, waving to the team to, hey, why don't you start moving that way? Scald Eagle through for 4. Cheese Grater now sitting in the box for a direction penalty. And Scald Eagle again around the outside, staying in bounds.
And I'm not quite sure that I would go long on Scald Eagle, just saying.
Yeah, Falcon Punch is through with the 4. Scald Eagle also through, so now a 12-4 Denver lead in the jam with
Despite not having a lead.
with 4.5 to go in the game. 30 seconds on the jam clock.
And there goes Scald Eagle again.
Oh, and a direction to play penalty. sending Kraken to the penalty box. And the jam will be called with 3 more up for Montreal. 7 total on the jam, 16-4.
And a quick low 5 between Falcon Punch and Scald Eagle there. That was nice to see.
Yes. And another team timeout, this time for Montreal. Brought to you by Deb Count Saber.
Official wheel to the Rose City Rollers.
Welcome to PDX. If you would like to help make our sponsors happy, and why wouldn't you? Snap, post, and tag hashtag RCR sponsor. You could win VIP tickets to one of our games. Travel costs not included. Should you be watching this from Denver or Montreal?
Or anywhere else
really
on the
anywhere
planet.
else that isn't easy to get to Portland. And I mentioned it earlier, but we've got new merch. Head to the website, get all your Rose City swag, rep your favorite teams, rosecityrollers.com.
That new metal t-shirt is pretty awesome. Pre-ordered that one.
All right. I will, like I said, I'll have to go check it out between games or tomorrow, one of those. All right, Speedlejuice jamming for Denver for the first time today. Up against Gruesome Gracie, also jamming for the first time.
Now is a great time to put on fresh jammers since their
Exactly.
regular jammers are probably pretty darn tired right now.
And you've got games tomorrow and games on Sunday.
And Gruesome Gracie, your lead jammer.
Gruesome Gracie has 100% lead jam percentage. Speedlejuice not quite able to apparate through the pack.
That's a good word.
And, Gruesome Gracie almost clear, but forced out, has the 4 points.
And Gobrecht on an illegal contact penalty.
So good work, Gracie pushing far enough forward that Gobrecht had to release and then, didn't. Gruesome Gracie into the pack. Like that scared to death, leaned down. It looked like she was going to just let her lean in and go, "Are you okay?" You landed kind of hard, buddy.
Monge with the offense.
And stepping back to bridge. Speedlejuice still caught up at the back. Back slowly coming together. Gobrecht back out of the penalty box. And Gruesome Gracie completes the pass for 4. Down to 2:30 to go in the game. Almost, but just leaned too far out. Wasn't able to get enough of a grip on Monge to stay in bounds.
And Coyote and Kraken with that big run back.
Time ticking down on the jam. 3, 2, 1, and that will end things for that jam. 2 points more for the new skids.
And Gobrecht did end that jam as the jammer.
All right, I didn't.
Gobrecht at 6 penalties now.
Ooh, danger. But hey, 1:50 to go, so
that's not bad.
Not that bad. 2:43, 138.
And this will be Cotton and Chloe David.
Possible final jam of the game as our thing. Ooh, and
somebody's getting a high block.
I would expect, because Cotton seriously, like wearing the face mask, but still popped in the nose. And that was, didn't catch the number on the penalty, but Cotton is your lead jammer. Now 1 skater from each team in the penalty box. Blue Bud,
and
their first penalty for the high block, and Glitterous on the illegal position. Star pass off. Chloe David handing off to Alcatraz. I think that's Alcatraz's first time with Star in the game.
I believe so.
Cotton gets 4 more, calls off the jam, and we have a timeout. So we will get 1 more jam.
Potentially 2, depending on.
That's true. Oh, is this an official timeout?
timeout brought to you by Deb Count Staver, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers.
Klein and Gruesome Gracie out at the Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly booze, friendly kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. So Denver will move on to our quarterfinal game tomorrow evening. Or semifinal, actually, sorry.
Yes.
Because I'm going to bet that in 2 minutes, Gruesome Gracie's not going to get 114 points.
Yeah,
Right?
that seems unlikely.
No disrespect to Montreal, but nobody's scoring that many points. And Montreal will play in the 2:30 game.
Against the loser of the next game.
Yes, and the winner of the next game will play Denver. Next game coming up at 7:30 local time, Wheels of Justice from Rose City versus Black Diaspora. It is currently 6:30, so it's an hour from now, regardless of when this game ends. Because you guys are running things on the clock for this tournament.
We are
trying to start on time. DJ Agent Meow playing requests now for Montreal, it appears.
I mean,
when Monge points at you when you play a song, it must be because you're playing her request. At least that's my theory.
yes, I think that's a good theory. Either that or when Monge points at you, you better know what song you need to play and you better play it.
All right, referees are checking in with the penalty box. And Ninja talking to some coaches about what all the convo was going on there. Ninja gives the worldwide, let's get going. Swirly finger.
Swirly finger.
Pivot start turns into a jam line start. Nice work, Montreal catching Klein.
But Gracie pushed the front of the pack.
Knocked over one, but fell down as well. And Klein is through lead jammer Denver. 30 seconds on the game clock. Minute 40 on the jam clock. Oh man. Glitterous out of the penalty box. Just knocking people down. That was a thing of beauty. All right, Klein with 4 points through on the first pass. Checks the clock. You got 13 seconds to go. Going to re-engage. Dances up the edge, but just catching a bit of hip from Blue Butt to end up on the infield. Re-engages.
And Rat coming out of the penalty box. Unable to engage because there is the call off.
Yes, Klein, you know, didn't take pure victory formation. Didn't just stop behind the pack and watch the clock count down.
Yep.
Could have, did not. Did pick up all 4 points on that run. So your final score, unofficially, 259-142.
And it's now the official.
Hey, that was quick.
That was very fast.
All right, Denver playing tomorrow night at 7:30. Montreal will play at 2:30 against the winner and loser, respectively, of our next game. Puns, it's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure, Scott.
I don't know if you're on the next game. I know I am. Because
I'm on house the next game.
All right. If you're, thank you for watching this on YouTube. You'll be listening to me a lot this weekend.
Yes.
It's just me all the time. Not quite true. There are a couple games off.
Yeah, you're a warrior this weekend.
Thank you. Anyway, we will be back in roughly an hour, 5:30 local time. Or no, I'm sorry, 7:30 local time. See, I'm looking at it. It says 6:30 over there. I'm like, oh, we're going to go back in the past.
Go back to the future.
Yes, next game, Wheels of Justice versus Black Diaspora. And we'll see you then.
See you then. Bye.
Please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Fight back your worry, I'll show you the way. Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. Is it gravity, your heart and mine? All I know is the stars have aligned. I could count the ways you lit up my life, but I wouldn't try. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. Ask me anything you'd like. I could answer every why. Oh, you wake me up like the morning light. Even darkness can't dim your bright eyes. Hear the rising sun, the kindest sign that we'll be alright. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Satellite. And when the skies are rough, the elements too much, our love will hold us up, made of titanium. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Oh, always satellite. Yeah, I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite.
To the final bout of Day 1 of Hometown Throwdown. Tonight, we have Team Black Diaspora taking on the Wheels of Justice.
All right, we're going to go through the rosters real quick here for you. First, we're going to start out with the Wheels of Justice. Wearing number 0 this evening will be Zip. 0-0 is On a Roll. 2-1, Stan the Woman. 2-10 is Tenacity. 23, Gallifrey. 24 is Beans. 247, Mia Palau. Number 28, Alicia Nisbet Smith. 340, Bonnie Thunders. 360, Big Bang Fury. Your captain, 401, Tarantula. Number 65 is Simonis, 757, Morgan Levy. Number 77, Lauren Much, and 79, Little Regulator.
And skating for Team Black Diaspora, 007, Poison Violet. Number 10, Swift Justice. Wearing 1, 2, 3, Rowdy. Number 18, Thump Her.
Number 20, Murda. 202, Freight Train. 21, Blackjack. Your captain is 221, Yeti. 26, Coco Fry. 301, Blaxel Rose.
Exciting roller derby bout between the world champion Rose City Wheels of Justice and the visiting Black Diaspora.
And we are ready to roll. Bonnie Thunder's jamming against Poison Violet. Starting things off with a bang.
Immediately a wrestling match.
Yes. Both jammers, plenty experience in the roller derby world. And Bonnie Thunder's first through lead jammer, Wheels of Justice. Wheels losing blockers. That's for Tarantula heading to the penalty box. One jam in, one penalty up.
Poison Violet with the hat off, still trying to push their way through the defense.
Blackjack the pivot, playing some defense and not picking it up.
There's Poison Violet through.
Pops the star back on the helmet. Bonnie Thunders calls off the jam. Violet's like, why, Bonnie? Why? We've known each other so long.
That's a 4-0 start, though.
It is.
Just in time to call that off. Looks like we got Zip and Freight Train at the line.
Rose City one skater shy in the pack as Tarantula standing in the penalty box. And Freight Train out first, lead jammer Black Diaspora.
Quickly chased by Zip.
Yes.
Off to the races. Man, they are fast.
Yeah, they are, and was Justin doing a good job keeping the pack moving. Saw that a lot earlier games today. With like, you get out first.
Freight Train decides to call it off rather than risk the gamble of points.
Exactly. Black Diaspora trying to catch a blocker at the back, but he's going to get a little too close. So we stay 4-0.
Looks that way. Swift Justice and Lauren Much at the line.
Much starting inside, bumps to the out and runs right up the edge. Lead jammer Wheels of Justice. Black Diaspora trying to break things up.
Lauren just slips on through again.
Murda teaming up with Queen Luzativa to try and break things free, but nothing doing. Now waiting for Lauren Much to return and finally breaking clear of Swift Justice. As Yeti back to the pack after serving a penalty. Mia Palau in the box right now for a forearm.
Lauren Much waiting to call that off just in the right time so they can clock out their penalty box as best as they can.
7 total on the jam, 11 now to 0. And Hella Naughty out to jam against Lil Regulator. Lil Regulator new to the Wheels of Justice this year, right? Or last year maybe.
Yeah, I think they came to Portland very recently.
Yes. And a lead jammer going to Hella Naughty. Black Diaspora has had lead twice, as have the Wheels of Justice. Lil Regs out of the pack. Catching up to Mia Palau on the release. And Elinati calls off the jam. First point on the board for Team Black Diaspora. And held the wheels. Oh,
Bonnie
man.
Thunder's right through.
That was well executed. Poison Violet quickly pulling off the star and passing it forward, but dropped by Blackjack. Pass complete, but just slipped out of the hand. Now Blackjack is out. Bonnie Thunders looking around the outside, dodges past Murda, calls off the jam. Another 4 spot for Rose. And we're at 15-1 with 25 minutes to go.
Looks like we got Freight Train and Zip both headed to the line. Clear in the penalty box.
And yet another pivot line start. Zip got real low to start with. Almost clear, but bumped to the ground and now caught at the front. Freight Train working on the pack and getting a little assistance from Yeti, I think that was, trying to push through. Oh, that's not Let It. Yeti, I think that's Coco Fry. In any case, Freight Train.
There's Zip slipping through the front for lead jammer.
Freight Train now has the star off the hat. Passes it off to Yeti. And Zip grabs the points, calls off the jam. And we reset.
Lauren Much and Swift Justice jamming for their teams.
(19-1) after that last 4-0, and Lauren Much again. This time the other side. Man,
saw the opening right at the whistle.
He's got some kind of, I don't know what teleportation device. Hand off to Blackjack.
Maybe it's a time machine.
Maybe. Anyway, Blackjack forces the call off from Lauren Much, so another 4-0 jam for the Wheels of Justice.
Stacking it up, playing small ball.
Yes. And Much will pass over to Lil Regulate Her. And Lil Regs, I think that's hella naughty again. We're staying with the prior lineup.
Little regulator with a deep recycle after being pushed out.
And Coco Fry trying to break things up at the front for Helenati, but now having to step back to bridge as they back Regs up.
Look at the strength of Helenati pushing on that defense.
Yeah, Little Regulator also doing the work at the back as everybody now rolling backwards as Helenati forced out of bounds. Wheels of Justice turning to offense, then back to defense. Black Diaspora had great catching of Little Regulator.
Little Regulator is lead jammer.
It's a great switch from defense to offense by Perfect, trying to break something free for Helenati, but it just didn't quite work out.
On a roll, headed to the penalty box for Woj.
And Coco Fry also heading to the box. The Laughing Planet penalty box with 2 forearms being served, 1 per team. Little Regulator content to just keep running the clock. And a star pass now complete. Yeti, the jammer of record for Team Black Diaspora. 27 seconds left on the clock, and finally the bench yells out, and Riggs hears it. Calls off the jam.
Little regulator had enough of that.
Yeah. A much more lengthy 4-0 jam. Takes us to 27-1. 21 minutes to go in the period.
Poison Violet and Bonnie Thunders jamming.
Black Diaspora one shy in the pack. As Coco Fry still serving the penalty. Bonnie Thunders takes advantage. Elite jammer. Wheels of Justice. Poison Violet narrowly avoiding the collision with the referee on that pass and finding room on the outside. Oh! Almost free, but Beans saw it coming and slid into the way.
Well, that's going to be a penalty, I think. Maybe a low block.
Or maybe not. Oh, yep, there it goes. Hump was signaling somebody. And that was Murda off to the box and a star pass to Blackjack. 4 more points up for Bonnie Thunders, 8 total on the jam. Team Black Diaspora still held scoreless.
Well, they have 1 point.
They do. Held scoreless for another jam, I say. That's how I should have phrased that. Like, as that was coming out of my mouth, I'm like, that's not really what I mean to say.
Freight Train and Zip at the line.
And
on a roll with great offense to clear the path there for Zip.
0-0 helping out number 0. Freight Train finding room on the inside, though, also clear.
Oh, nice move for Zip, in and out, and the call off.
And another 4-0. 19 minutes to go in the period, 39-1. And Team Black Diaspora, Murda having to sit. This is will be the 3rd jam for in the penalty box. Like, got sent 2 jams ago, sat through the last one because it was short. Should be standing up soon.
Swift Justice and Lauren Much. Lauren Much again makes the steps right through the inside very quickly, as if with radar.
Yes. Swift Justice pushing in the middle. Lauren Much just sprinting up the outside edge. Getting past Blackjack. Picks up the points. Now Murda out of the box. Regrouping with the rest of the offense. Beans looking to open the door, but not quite able to yet. Now trying again. Lauren Much cuts towards it. Queen Luzitifa closes the door back up.
There's a forearm penalty.
Oh, yes, that's Elisa Nisbet-Smith heading to the box. Much grabs 4. Star pass to number 21, Blackjack. And Lauren Much calls off the jam. Grabs 2 more on that 3rd pass.
They're not going to open the door.
No.
They're really locking it down.
Just going to shut things down, and Team Black Diaspora taking a timeout with the score 49-1, 17:36 to go in our first period of play.
Time for a little strategizing.
Yes. And some sponsoring. Rebel Heart Therapy, individual and relational therapy for Portland's Black Sheep and Unicorns. Thanks to Rebel Heart Therapy for sponsoring Rose City. Also like to thank Two Town Cider, damn fine cider, made right here in the Pacific Northwest and served right here in the hangar at Oaks Park.
How about some Secret Art Bark hot sauce?
Oh, yes.
That's the locally made flavor that kicks you in the mouth.
I've heard. I haven't tried it. They didn't. They had some tacos downstairs earlier, but there was no Secret Art Bark. It was just like paste picante sauce.
Shocking.
I know. Like, it's a sponsor. Why isn't it there? Should file a formal complaint. Also like to thank Jam on Hawthorne, sponsoring our Jammer line. Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. And now on the Jam on Hawthorne Jammer line.
It's one of my Derby kids' favorite things.
I was telling Puns at the last game, I have yet to go there. come to this tournament and been in Portland a lot, but I keep forgetting to go there. Hella Naughty jamming against Lil Regulate Her. Hella Naughty pushing at the front, has some offensive assistance and able to get up the inside lane.
Pivot hat on the ground. Looks like Simonis lost track of it.
And swinging back around. So third lead jam of the game for Team Black Diaspora. Second for Hella Naughty. And that was Rowdy that opened the door earlier. Will Regulate Her now able to clear. And Alicia Nisbet-Smith forcing Hella Naughty out of bounds. Will Regulate Her finding enough room, runs up the edge, picks up the 4 points. And Hella Naughty and Team Black Diaspora are running a bit long as Hella Naughty forced out of bounds, rolls back behind. Penalty box now empty as Thump Her finishes serving the penalty.
This might be a good time to call it.
Maybe. But hey, there's still points to be found.
That's true. Or lost.
Thumper trying to open things up. Nothing doing. Great battle at the front with Yeti.
There's that call off.
Yeah, Yeti teaming up with Rowdy to slow down. Little Regulator. Regs did pick up all 4 points. That's an 8 shot there, but 4 points on the board for Hella Naughty. Hella Naughty and Team Black Diaspora now with 5 total. Wheels of Justice, 57.
Poison Violet and Bonnie Thunders again at the line. Poison Violet goes in there for a hard hit.
Yep, I was going to expect there to be a bit of a forearm call on Murda because Murda was really wedging the arm in the middle there. Poison Violet is back in bounds, trying to pass the star off to Blackjack, but
there it is.
Yes.
I think the hat's up.
Did it? Nope.
No, I was deceived.
Yes, reached through and pulled back out. Bonnie Thunders completing the second scoring pass. And Poison Violet, jammer cap dropped into the infield. Now back up as Bonnie Thunders just skating around the outside edge, practically untouched.
Beans with the force out. Recycles Poison Violet again.
Bonnie Thunders also bumped out and rolled back. Poison Violet leaning and pushing through, trying to break free anywhere possible, but just nothing doing.
That is a brick wall.
Yes. There is the star pass off to Blackjack. Well disguised. Poison Violet leaning to the outside, hands it off on the inside edge. That forces Bonnie Thunders to call off, but not before 16 points are on the board. 73-5 now.
That's a big scoring round.
Yes, yeah, that's the biggest jam of the game.
Zip and Freight Train at the line again. Zip through on the outside.
Freight Train starting on the out, cutting to the inside.
One last encounter with Big Bang Theory.
Freight Train lowers the shoulder. I gotta believe that Freight Train was very excited when people started skating backwards because there's just the opportunity to level somebody. Like, oh, I'm not gonna get a back block and I still get to dump you on your ass?
Do you realize what my name is?
Exactly.
Freight Train.
Just always solid with the contact. Clean hit, pushes through. 4-0 as Zip calls off.
Lauren Much and Swift Justice at the line. Lauren Much, another dance quickly through. I don't think I've seen Lauren Much quite so effective.
Yeah, seems to
very very talented, but
some sort
really.
some sort of flash-like ability to phase through matter. Swift Justice.
Swift Justice, nice zigzag move.
Getting around tenacity to clear the pack. Much clears the points, watches, and calls. So another 4 takes us to 81-5, 12 minutes to go in the first period. Winner of this game will move on to play Denver tomorrow night at the same time slot, 7:30 p.m. Pacific time. The loser moves on to play Montreal tomorrow afternoon, 2:30 Pacific.
I'm sure that's going to be a great game.
Yes.
Little Regulator and Hella Naughty.
And Little Regulator, all four, well, it was all four, now 3. Team Black Diaspora members waiting. Coco Fry rather, is bridging. As Hella Naughty trying to push. And Thumper heads to the penalty box.
Looks like Little Regulator was calling that penalty before the officials could see it.
Would not be surprising. Regs is through, lead jammer for Little Regulator, and a wide open lane on the inside for 4 points. As Team Black Diaspora now with two players in the box, Rowdy and Thumper both serving. Beans in the penalty box, or Gallifrey rather, in the penalty box for Wheels of Justice, possibly, yes, all by herself. 4 points up, jam is called. 89-5 the score, 10:30.
Bonnie Thunders versus Freight Train coming up here. Black Diaspora with 2 defenders in the box.
Yeah.
Woj with 1 down.
This is the first shakeup of the lineup of jammers for Team Black Diaspora. Freight Train figuring, hey, maybe I'll have better luck against Bonnie Thunders.
Momentum.
Thunders, yes, Bonnie Thunders caught up, but able to dodge around Queen Luzia Tifa, but Freight Train giving chase. As the penalty box empties out now, all 4 blockers are on the track for both teams. And Bonnie Thunders calls it off. A 0-0 run. And we stay 89-5. And we reload.
Here comes the jammer.
Like, wait,
I
we're
was
missing
looking
somebody.
around.
What's going on? Yeah, that shift of Poison Violet out of the rotation kind of threw off Swift Justice, but able to make it into play. That is
Just a stonewall defense.
Yep.
Oh, zip, wow. A jump and a spin, and here we are through with a lead jammer.
Second, it looked like Zip was trying to force her way onto a loaded subway train, trying to get through that pack. That was just a glob. Swift Justice pushing at the front, Zip around the outside, and that allows.
Oh, there's the star pass.
Blackjack has the star, loses traction. Laughing at the Goldie knocks the jammer off. Like, yeah, I'm back on my feet. It's all right.
Yeah, that was entertaining.
And nobody ran forward to catch her, so that was good. 4-0 again, or 8-0 rather. 2 4-point passes, 99-5.
1 defender in the box for Black Diaspora.
Our penalty box sponsored by Laughing Planet Cafe, serving food that is good for people and the planet, and offering a nice place to sit for people who are penalized.
Wow, for once, Lauren Much didn't immediately get through. Spun to the outside and recycled.
Battle of the skaters with 7s in their numbers. Poison Violet jamming for Team Black Diaspora, and Lauren Much is out and the lead jammer.
It took a few seconds longer.
sprint julep calling for people to come back and help out. As the star is passed off Poison Violet to Yeti. Lauren Much calls off the jam. And 4 points, 4 fingers up for the referee. Now they're on the scoreboard. That takes the Wheels of Justice over the 100-point mark, 103-5, and ticking down towards 7 minutes to go in the period.
Yeah, now we got Little Regulator and Freight Train again. Penalty box is clear.
Gallifrey's like, I will get in your way, Freight Train. And Freight Train says, that's fine, just keep moving so I can keep pushing you out of the way.
That's my turn.
Yes. Freight Train lead jammer for the second time. 4th lead jammer for Team Black Diaspora. And Star Pass, Gallifrey trying to put on the jammer star, lost both the helmet covers. Now has them back on.
That might have been a strategy. A little sleeper play.
Gallifrey through with 4.
The pack is on the move.
Blackjack also with 4, and Gallifrey ducking up the outside, a second 4-point run. And
Freight Train putting a few more points on the board.
yes, largest jam of the game so far for Team Black Diaspora, and a force out. Beautiful work by Blaxel Rose, knocking Gallifrey out, but Gallifrey very wily, very smart, knows just has to get in behind Blaxel Rose. Does so and back through.
All right, Black Diaspora into double digits now.
Yes, and Freight Train calls it off. Did collect one more on the last pass, 12-9 on the jam, 115-14.
Bonnie Thunders and Rowdy at the line.
Oh, this is Rowdy's first time jamming for the game.
Maybe a little strategy switcheroo.
Yeah. Get someone fresh out, see what happens. Rowdy trying up the outside edge, nothing doing, bounces to the in, and bounces right off of Tarantula.
Bonnie Thunders makes it through lead jammer.
Rowdy almost clear, but Mia Palau with the last second shoulder to bump Rowdy. Ooh, Rowdy with the sliding in safe to the out of bounds. Gets around Tenacity. Bonnie Thunders clears with 4.
Tenacity and Mia Palau recycling.
2 blockers in the penalty box right now for Team Black Diaspora is Yeti and Coco Fry. Both sit. And another 4 on the board for Bonnie Thunders. And a sizable collision as Thumper and Tarantula taken to the ground. Star pass, Rowdy to Yeti. Yeti is through. And Bonnie Thunders checks with the bench, calls off the jam. Did get 4 more, so another 16-point run for Bonnie Thunders. Takes us up to 131-14 with 3.5 minutes to go in the period.
Zip and Poison Violet at the line.
Team Black Diaspora at the pivot line. Rose City splitting between. And Zip bouncing off of one blocker and onto the ground, now caught up at the front.
Trying to decide if we're playing pinball or roller derby.
Zip was pinballing through that pack and able to get past number 5 Sprint Julep.
There's a Killer Burger Apex jump. 5 minutes to burgers and bottomless fries.
And 0 minutes to 4 points if you're Zip. Oh, Zip again with a nice little duck around 05 Sprint Julep to add 4 more to the board. Star Pass has been made Murda, now the jammer of record for Team Black Diaspora. Murda pushing up along the line, steps back in.
Big Bang Theory says nope.
Yeah, Stan the Woolman trying with the run back, but wasn't quite able to get far enough back as Murda was in safely. But yes, captured thoroughly by the Rose City tripod at the front. Zip also trapped at the back with all four Black Diaspora pack holding on, including Poison Violet, who's now in blocker position. Oh, Zip almost through, but Queen Luciatifa lowers an arm and apparently used the arm, so that is a forearm penalty on Queen Luciatifa.
Can I comment about how awesome that name is?
It's a great name. Great name for a great player.
Ah, yes.
All right, official review called by Rose City. Ninja as our head ref. Let's I can mention the referees. Hey, our skating officials. Ninja Sassum, umpire strikes back. Carmen Dragon, Goldie, Darth Bling, Smush, Adam Splitter, and Doesn't Matter. And your non-skating officials, 9 Inch Wheels, Flourish, Decider, Doof Warrior, Millie Dread, Queen of Catitude, Amy Farrell Fowler, Rita Slayworth, and Talia Up. Well, I like the body movement to indicate this is what I saw. All right, umpire strikes back, heads to the grouping of referees. We'll hear from Ninja what they're requesting momentarily. Or not. As Ninja hands the microphone back to 9 Inch Wheels. I think it was maybe the battery's dying. I don't know.
That wouldn't be the first time.
Would not be, but it's too bad because Ninja's got a great delivery on the microphone. I still say at some point, somebody in roller derby's got to do a mic'd up ref bout where you can just hear the refs talking through stuff on the stream.
Yeah, when I was officiating, I used to say that I wanted to have a camera mounted on my helmet because I had the best footage ever.
Yes. There's a couple of, there's a ref in Seattle that at least for practices, I don't think he does it for games, but will wear the helmet, the GoPro on the helmet.
Yeah, that's good footage.
All right. Ninja gives the thumbs down, so whatever the official review was, it did not go. So we stay where we stay.
All right, we got one in the box for Black Diaspora. Lauren Much and Freight Train at the line.
And everybody pushing forward, and Lauren Much finds the room in the middle that didn't exist until Lauren Much needed it to, and then it suddenly showed up.
Like parting the sea.
Yes. Freight Train now pops the star off. Yeti skating back, gets bumped out of bounds and kind of rolls to the front. Now up to play some defense as Lauren Much forced out of bounds, and Yeti rolling back. Freight Train is clear of the pack.
Mia Palau headed to the box. Didn't see the penalty call.
Looks like out of position. Illegal position on the penalty. So, jam called off. We got a minute to go until the half. 3 points up for Lauren Much. That, by the way, the smallest point score in a jam other than 0 for the Wheels of Justice. But it's still taken to 146, up on the 14 for Black Diaspora.
Little Regulator and Swift Justice. Little Regulator finds the opening on the outside and will be your lead jammer.
Swift Justice trying to find room on the inside, gets around Gallifrey, completes the initial as we're ticking down 10 seconds to go in the half. Little Regulator calls off the jam. Nobody calls an official review. I saw someone on the bench for Black Diaspora indicating, but did not make it into the middle. So that is your halftime score. Wheels of Justice 148, Black Diaspora Roller Derby 14. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with the second half. right, we're back for the second half. Rose City Wheels of Justice taking on Black Diaspora. Rose City leading 148-14. Quick look at the penalty board. Nobody in trouble. That's the answer.
Poison Violet, Bonnie Thunders.
Yeah, set to jam. Highest penalty holder has 2 on either team. So if you were worried about someone fouling out, you don't have to yet. We'll see what the second half brings. Nobody in the box right now. The Laughing Planet penalty box empty.
Bonnie Thunders right through.
Starting off this half just like the last half started, with Bonnie Thunders running through, getting lead. This time, Poison Violet trying to throw a little shoulder to knock Bonnie out, not able to. Poison Violet back in, attacks the tripod, and captured up in it. Meanwhile, the Team Black Diaspora front line getting a little tangled up. Bonnie Thunder's able to break through for 4. And Black Rose closing down the outside lane for Bonnie Thunders and reabsorbing Bonnie into that kind of 4-wall, almost the old
Stand with the woman with the recycle.
Oh, nice attempted apex jump, but not going anywhere for Poison Violet. Bonnie Thunders through, grabs the second 4. And now Bonnie pushing up in the middle, just captured by Blackjack again on the inside edge this time.
Stan and Gallifrey just not letting go.
Not at all. Bonnie Thunder's third pass done, 12 points. Poison Violet almost threw on one side and then just checked enough to fall out of bounds. And back at the back of the sled once again with Stan and Morgan Levy, and now teaming up with Gallifrey to hold things off. Gallifrey rolls forward. The release of pressure kind of pushing Poison Violet to sort of slide out, tumble to the ground. Bonnie Thunders finishes the 4th pass, picks up 16 total, calls off the jam 164-14, 150-point game now. And we got Swift Justice and Zip on the jammer line, and the Laughing Planet penalty box empty that entire jam, I think.
Fully staffed.
Staffed and ready, but no one wants to come sit down.
There we go. Swift Justice is your lead jammer.
Good run up the outside. Star pass complete on the Rose City side. Mia Palau, now the jammer of record. Zip trying to provide some offensive blocking. And Swift Justice tangled up.
Mia Palau with the hat. She skips on through with a little spin move.
Swift Justice grabs 4 points.
Very nice.
Mia Palau ducking it very quick up the edge, but just enough of a bump to slide out. Now being rolled back by Yeti. And oh, listen to this, but Smith dumps Swift Justice to the ground, but he uses a little too much arm, so forearm penalty on Alicia Elizabeth Smith. 4 points for Swift Justice. That's 8 total on the jam.
Look at this. We're at 22 points.
Hey, hey. Crowd continuing to go nuts, or at least cheer very loudly, which is almost the same. Swift Justice inside the lane.
That's a big hit.
Tarantula, that was just mean. Like, I think I have a lane. Nope. Here's my shoulder. Please join the ground.
That's an utter and total refusal.
Yes. Swift Justice rolled back tenacity on the run back as Alicia Nisbet Smith out of the penalty box and back into the pack, bringing the Wheels of Justice back to full strength. And time ticking down. This will run the full 2 minutes. And how many more? 3 more. An 11-point jam for number 10, Swift Justice, and Black Diaspora. It takes them to 25. 4 points up for Mia Palau. Taking the wheels of Justice, 168. So
Here we go, Freight Train and Lauren Much.
All right.
I like the Freight Train show.
Yes.
Here we go, Freight Train,
yes.
lead jammer.
Excellent work.
Oh, but it's a race.
It is a race, and Lauren Much very, very fast.
Very
As
fast.
anyone who's ever watched this team before knows.
And then, there's a quick point and a call off. I think they got one there.
Maybe.
Yeah, there it
No
is.
points for Wheels, 1 point. Hey, a 1-0 jam win.
Yeah.
168-26.
Thank you for the show, Freight Train.
Yes. Yeah, I think Lauren Much was almost out. Thought she was there, and the door just closed just enough for Freight Train to break free. We'll regulate her, jam it against Hella Naughty. Hella Naughty pushing on the inside, regulator forced out of bounds. Now pushing back up as, again, Team Black Diaspora. For a second, they're playing like the Bay Area teams of old with the wide four wall. Now moving back to more of a glom and a lot of leaning and forcing Little Regulator out of bounds. Penalty called on Yeti, number 221. That'll be Yeti's third penalty for the game, an illegal position call.
Hella Naughty is just going to march out 3 of the strongest defenders on Woj.
Yeah, as Beans gets to play, I'm just going to stand here and bridge and let Tenacity and Big Bang Fury and Tarantula just do all the defense at the front. That is a lot of toe stop rubber eroding.
I feel like I'm getting some cardio just watching that jammer march out in front.
Yes. Yeti released from the penalty box, coming back in and jumping straight to defense. Not choosing to try and attack Tarantula as the kickstand, having seen how well that works earlier in this game. Beans keeping number 26, Coco Fry, away from the front of the pack. Doing a little defensive bridging, as it were. Now trying to give Little Regulator a little offense, but back to the bridge. And
look at that.
Tarantula's like, all right, we held this to almost the end of the jam. Let's let her through. Let's let that.
A couple seconds left.
Let's just give somebody a lead for once and call it good.
Man, I'm tired from that one.
Right. That was should have been leg day today if I'd gone to the gym, but I got in a car and drove to Portland instead. So I'll count that as my workout.
Poison Violet and Bonnie Thunders jamming for their teams.
Bonnie Thunders following on a roll up the middle. On a roll.
Like Black Diaspora with a good strategy for Bonnie this time around.
Yes. On a roll, trying to break it up, but not quite able to. Now has to break away. Poison Violet, meanwhile, just stuck at the back. And Bonnie Thunders is clear lead jammer, Rose City. Poison Violet. A little behind the back handoff. Yes, is complete. Blackjack. Oh, not legal, because I think Poison Violet had gotten bumped and must have stepped out of bounds right as that handoff went. Yeah, so Blackjack tossing the hat over, like, I'm not going over there, I'm going to stay in my position. That was a great a great idea. Like the hide it behind the back, perfect. Thunder's through for another 4. That's 12 total on the jam so far. As the Wheels of Justice defense now moving into let's keep the pivot away from the jammer mode. And Blackjack's leaning straight into the defense. And passing off. Queen Luciatifa now holding up Bonnie Thunders at the side of the pack, but Bonnie able to just deflect things enough. Poison Violet forced to the infield. Bonnie Thunders with 16 total on the jam as we're down to 7 seconds to go. Bonnie Thunders figuring, hey, I might as well get a 5th pass. Just bumped out. Blackjack with the hip check. As Rose City will lose on a roll to the penalty box for a back block penalty. And 3 more points up for Bonnie Thunders, 19 for Wheels of Justice, now 187 to 26.
Zip and Freight Train again. Might be a good time for Freight Train. 1 defender light.
True. Unfortunately, you got Mia Palau and Tenacity and Alicia Nisbet-Smith as the defenders, so it makes it a little tricky, but
yeah,
only 2 to beat now. Oh, and
Tenacity with the force to the inside. Oh yeah.
Let's zip out first lead jammer, Rose City.
There goes Freight Train. Finally breaks through.
On a roll out of the penalty box. Tenacity heading to the Laughing Planet penalty box. Jam called 1 point. A 1-0 run.
That'll keep Tenacity stuck in the box for this one.
So another pack advantage for Black Diaspora.
Swift Justice and Lauren Much.
Black Diaspora kind of trying to absorb Gallifrey into the middle of their tripod, which not a bad strategy if you can keep Gallifrey out of play. Now everybody tied in. Simonis.
There's the step to the inside for Lauren Much to pass.
Swift Justice taking a step back and then pushing on through, and Lauren Much wide open lane on the outside. Swift Justice finally breaks out. Tenacity back out of the Laughing Planet penalty box. The pack speeding up. Team Black Diaspora trying to keep Lauren Much from catching up. Murda with the shoulder block. Bumps Much out, and we'll see who, if anyone, Much was able to get in front of 2 skaters. So 6 points. Taking us to 194 to 26, 16:50 to go in the game.
Little Regulator makes a quick pass for lead jammer.
Super zippy. Hella Naughty forced to the inside. This time, Coco Fry able to get in the way on the outside, but the Little Regulator finding room on the in to break through. Hella Naughty passes off to Yeti. Little Regulator checks with the bench, calls off the jam. No points for Yeti. Little Reg's getting a high five from Coco Fry. Sort of forcing it. Like, hey, you're going to give me 5? That was a great hit. Big Bang Fury sitting in the penalty box. Official timeout called. Ninja skating over. The board here is showing that Queen Luciatifa should be serving a multiplayer block. But instead, it looks like Hella Naughty is sitting the penalty. So maybe that was assessed to the wrong person, or maybe Queen Luciatifa already served it. In any case, Bonnie Thunders, Poison Violet.
And here we go. Each team one blocker down. Bonnie Thunders right through, lead jammer. Poison Violet with a big bang into Simonis. Simonis is not going to let it happen. That might have been a forearm there, but we'll let it slide, I guess.
Yeah. Simonis was like, you might get past, but maybe not.
And there's the call off before Poison Violet can get through and score a point.
So that takes us to 2:04 for the Wheels of Justice as we're down to about to enter the last quarter of play. 15 minutes to go in the game. Zip out to jam against Swift Justice. Jam refs having a little conversation there before the jam started.
Zip right away with the spinning, dancing moves. Zigzagging through the pack for lead jammer.
Swift Justice forced out of bounds.
Tenacity with the cycle.
And now Tenacity teaming up with Beans and Mia Palau to just slow everything down at the back of the pack. Yeti trying to break things up along with Coco Fry, but not quite able to, and a star pass off.
Yeti now with the star.
Zip breaks free, gets past Helenati, who had been released from the penalty box, calls off the jam. 4-0 yet again, 2:08:26.
Simonis getting the crowd going.
And more importantly, Gallifrey with the star as the jammer. So the Gallifrey fan club also chiming in.
Gallifrey and Freight Train break through. Gallifrey in front.
Freight Train giving chase.
Mightily.
Yes. Pack speeding up. Wheels able to trap Blackjack at the back, and that gives Gallifrey 2 points as Sprint Julep was serving a cut track penalty. Taking us to 2:10:26.
Lauren Much and Poison Violet. Black Diaspora with one in the box.
Wheels of Justice at full strength. Lauren Much, clear lead jammer. And Poison Violet, oh man, almost.
There's a forearm call though on Big Bang Fury though.
Yeah, but it was enough to slow Poison Violet down, just enough for Much to get the 4 points and then be able to play pursuit.
That's what they call impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Game of play impact.
Yes. Leads to penalty. All right, Much calls off the jam before Poison Violet's able to catch back up. "12 minutes to go, 2:14:26. In our last game of the first day of the 2023 Hometown Throwdown.
Little regulator, quickly through the inside for lead jammer.
Helenati trying to get anywhere.
Stan and Simonis putting on the brakes.
Blackjack trying to break everything up. And Queen Luciatifa also trying to open an inside lane, but Simonis is like, no, you will not go through here. And a cut track penalty called on Helenati. Reg's also cutting the track, so Little Regulator and Hellenauti both cutting the track. Hellenauti will sit as long as Little Regulator did, and we will run this jam for another minute 11. Hellenauti standing in the penalty box. Little Regulator with 4 points on the board, working on the second scoring pass. Hellenauti out of the box, engaging with the rear tripod.
Stan and Big Bang Fury.
Blackjack thought she had the star, and it just didn't quite get released. And like ran off like I got it.
There it is.
Like, no, you don't.
Now we have it.
That was the pass we needed, and Blackjack, 20 seconds to potentially pick up some points here. All right, there's at least a couple there. And a tumble to the ground direction of play penalty called on Simonis. So we got 8 seconds left. Little Regulator just sort of trying to back through the pack and collect as many hips as possible. Blackjack is like, I'm done. I have hit you guys enough in this jam. I'm just going to take my 3 points and go sit down. Official timeout called by, the officials.
This timeout brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Welcome to PDX.
I'd also like to thank 187 Killer Pads, worn by the most pros in the world. If you skate, you know why. Also want to give a good thanks to the following sponsors: She-Bop, Menopause Northwest, Big's Chicken, Fran's Bakery, Die My Darling Hair Salon, Lionheart Kombucha, the Portland Mercury, and Gayaki Yerba Mate.
And let's not forget Black Cat Plumbing, proud sponsor of Rose City Rollers since the dawn of time.
All right. All right, we got the derby wave going. That's a good thing.
That's Don. He's the king of cheer.
All right. So if you're looking for a reason to go to Texas in March, Dallas Derby Devils are hosting the Clover Cup. It's in March 2024 in North Richland Hills, Texas. Tickets and info at clovercup.com. All right, Bonnie Thunders and Freight Train. 222-29, our current score.
Simone is still in the box for Rose City.
And just a big glob. Freight Train didn't see that the, assuming the helmet cover was knocked off and not pulled off, but maybe not.
Tarantula with the last stop.
Bonnie Thunders dancing, dodging, ducking, gets past Rowdy and grabs the lead
star
jammer.
pass. Yeti now with the star.
Yeti gives chase. Bonnie Thunders tries the corner, calls off the jam. Did collect all 4 points. 226-29.
Clear penalty box. Both teams fully staffed. Zip and Swift Justice.
And Swift Justice right through the, or Zip rather, right up the middle. Swift Justice was right behind and then closed off.
Wheels of Justice just finding the openings tonight.
Yes. Zip kind of locked in as Swift Justice also locked up at the front. Pushing forward. And Morgan Levy picking up a penalty. So now Swift Justice up against Gallifrey. And gets through. Gal now rolling back to...
Not without a price.
Not, yes. And Zip clears with the 4 points.
Swift Justice might be able to get a couple here. Oh.
Yeah, at least has a couple because of the blocker in the box, and then bumped out of bounds by Stan the Woe Man. And now we'll just all go backwards for a while. It's just like, I don't like going this way. I'm just going to call off the jam.
That'll be enough.
That's enough of that, thank you. 8-3 on the jam, 2:34:32, 7 minutes to go in our game.
Oh, Jammer Tenacity. We don't see that very often.
All right.
Versus Poison Violet. Clear penalty box again. Just
Tenacity.
under 7 minutes left in play.
Tenacity, former Rose City Junior.
Oh.
And then just dumped to the ground by Perfect. That was a perfect shoulder check. Kept the wheels going in derby direction. Leveled the jammer.
Not easy to take out Tenacity.
Poison Violet challenging the seam between. Let's do Big Bang Fury and Alicia Nisbet Smith. Perfect.
Mia Palau really trying to break up that defense.
And now rolling back to go. I'm just going to keep you out of the way. Perfect.
Oh, that was a tricky move, though. See, it was a little sleeper move.
Yeah.
I'm not paying attention. Oh, yes, I am.
And finally, Tenacity able to hop around the edge to the front. Picks up lead jammer. Poison Violet again attempting a pass around the back. Almost looked like Poison Violet was handing it to Tarantula, but in fact it was around Tarantula. And I believe the star pass is now complete to 221 Yeti. Board not showing it yet, but Yeti is holding it, so.
Looked like Yeti was going to get through, but Tarantula said nope.
Yes. Now the board's caught up to reality. Tenacity keeps the feet inbound. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Good stop. Looked over like, yep, I'm still in.
Those are those juniors' foot skills.
Mm-hmm.
Here goes. Oh, I thought that was going to be an apex jump, but then it was just shut down.
That was just a bump in, and Poison Violet getting in the way.
And Tenacity says enough of that.
No points for Black Diaspora. Wheels of Justice Jam Ref checking 2 more points. So Tenacity with 6 takes us to 240-32, 4.5 to go in the game.
Here we are, Lauren Much and Freight Train at the line. Clear penalty box again. Boy, that's a mad scramble. Lauren Much gets through the inside for lead jammer.
Freight Train looking the inside, nothing there.
Oh, there's an opening,
Yes.
except for this Simonis. Simonis is going to be the last one standing.
Yeah, and Freight Train didn't have quite enough.
There it goes.
Not quite enough room to get the momentum going. Simonis super solid from a standing position. And Lauren Much once again ruins Freight Train's fun by calling off the jam before the points can get grabbed.
Only up by 200 and some odd points, you know.
It's 212, what the heck. 244-32. And back out with Helen Naughty, jamming against Little Regulate Her.
It's like on a roll in the box for Woj.
Yes, on a roll serving cut track penalty. Little Regulator looking on the inside, no room there. Now spinning to the outside, gets around perfect, but out first. Helen Naughty, lead jammer. Black Diaspora on a roll out of the box and giving chase. Oh, Helen Naughty almost cleared, but Tarantula getting in the way just enough. Hella naughty, getting some assistance from Perfect.
Perfect assistance. That worked very nicely and not quite through.
And Hella naughty almost again up to the front, calls off the jam. Did get all 4 points.
I was wondering where that hat was.
Yeah. Like, got the points and is like, I just got forced out of bounds, but I've got 4. We're gonna end it there. 2 minutes to go in the game. 2:44 to 36.
Swift Justice, Bonnie Thunders. Penalty box cleared again. The Laughing Planet penalty box.
Swift Justice trying the inside line. Nothing doing. Bonnie Thunders figuring, I'm just going to go up the middle. And that's going to work fine. Gets past Sprint Julep and grabs lead jammer. Meanwhile, up at the front, Gallifrey holding on to Swift Justice.
Swift Justice got called.
Oh. Back block call. So Bonnie Thunder's power jam, minute 15 on the game clock, 1:20 on the jam clock. Could be the last jam. Should Bonnie Thunders want to finish things off. Breaks through, gets the first 4. Takes Wheels of Justice to 248. Black Diaspora 36. 8-second difference between the jam clock and the period clock.
Bonnie will take 4 more points there. Swift Justice back on the track.
And Simonis sitting a back block penalty. Hey, there's another star pass off. Blackjack now, number 21. With the stars, we're at the 32nd point, and Bonnie Thunders is like, nah, I'm going to tap my tips. We're going to just call this off.
It looks like we will have one more little jam.
Yes, because Team Black Diaspora calling a timeout. With 23 seconds on the clock, 2:52 to 36. And I would like to thank Tim Williams. Thanks to Dr. Tim Williams, Rose City Rollers sports medicine partner. I also want to thank the Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon, and a proud sponsor of Rose City.
The Lorehurst Theater and Pub is great for movies. I bet you they're still showing a lot of good Halloween stuff right now.
Probably. You're only a weekend away from that. Also want to thank Two Town Cider, damn fine cider, made here in the Pacific Northwest. I'm a big fan.
All right, we're going to finish this one out with Freight Train and Zip.
23 seconds of game time. Everybody that's legitimately allowed to be on the track is on the track.
There it is, Freight Train.
Freight Train.
One last defender.
Yes, gets around Beans, lead jammer Freight Train. All right, Freight Train, we needed a 220-point jam. 221, technically.
Oh, tenacity with the force out.
Zip is clear, game clock now at 0. So we are on jam time alone. Zip tries the Killer Burger awesome apex jump, does not land it. Freight Train through with 4.
All right, 40 points for Black Diaspora.
And 4 points up for Zip on that little twirl through the inside. 1 penalty sending off Big Bang Fury. As Zip forced to the inside, has to recycle back. Freight Train tied up on the inside edge, forced again to the infield. Tenacity with the rollback. Alicia Nisbet-Smith sitting as the kickstand of that tripod at the back.
Oh, toe stop spin move.
Yes, and keeps them in bounds.
A few more points there for Freight Train.
That's 8 total, and Freight Train's like, I'm just going to run this for the full amount of time.
Because why not?
Exactly. What the heck? It's a regulation game. Freight Train just bumped out by Alicia Nisbet-Smith. And on the other side, perfect. Bump and zip out. 14 seconds to go in the game.
Oh, tenacity with one little shove. Just as Freight Train was just about through.
Big Bang Fury, a little shaken up, taking a knee in the center. And that will end the game, 8-8 in the final jam. But the Wheels of Justice come out on top, 264-44. That means they will move on and play in this same time slot, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, against Denver in the second semifinal of tomorrow. We will start off the day at 12:30 p.m. Pacific with the Axels of Annihilation taking on Angel City. At 2:30, we've got Montreal facing off with Black Diaspora. And then at 5 o'clock, our first semifinal, Victorian Roller Derby League playing against arch rival. And we end the night, as I mentioned, with the Wheels of Justice taking on Denver in the last semifinal.
It's going to be a good day.
It's going to be a good day for day 2.
And I'll be here for all of it. I imagine you will too.
I will. I don't think I'm not working that Wheels of Justice game. I'm just going to hang out and watch.
That's a good time.
All right, thank you for tuning in. You are watching the 2023 Hometown Throwdown live on YouTube. Come back tomorrow.